Good evening. The Durham Public Schools Board of Education special meeting is now in session. At this time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who is joining us this evening. The interpreters for tonight are Martha Romo Urgiles and Vanessa Pina Ramirez. Thank you for taking the time to join us. We will now have a moment of silence. Thank you. Colleagues, we are at the point of our agenda for the agenda review and approval. I'd like to acknowledge that everyone's here. Ms. Umstead is unavailable this evening due to a prior work commitment, but is also dedicated to ensuring that our staff and our educators have the resources necessary to sustain our district and support our students. And we appreciate everybody's presence here. And wish Ms. Umstead the best. Again, we're at the point of our agenda where I will accept a motion to review and approve the agenda.
I move that we approve the agenda.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Harold Goff, seconded by Ms. Carter Otten, to approve the agenda. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed say no. The agenda passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is Operation Services, the 24-25 compensation schedules. Dr. Lewis.
Thank you, Board Chair Rogers. Good evening, everyone. To those that are here with us and those that may be watching online, good evening. I do want to start by taking a moment to just acknowledge where we have been as a school community these past 9 months and acknowledge the trust that was lost. Also want to acknowledge the work that the board is taking to correct this. Now, I'll tell you, as a new superintendent coming in, even preparing for the interview, and this is day 26 for me, still learning and understanding where we've been with the goal of not repeating the past. You know, I often say there's a reason that your windshield is larger than your rearview mirror. It's hugely important we understand where we're going, but also we must take a moment to look back and see where we've been so we won't repeat any errors that we've made in the past. We want to work to rebuild and maintain that trust. And I want to thank all of those that have emailed me, and I know our board members have received emails as well, probably more than I have. And particularly, I want to call out, if I could just take a moment of personal privilege to call out our speech language pathologists as well as our school psychologists. I will tell you, as a former EC teacher, I know the value that, first of all of our employees are to us, but particularly during my time as an EC teacher, how valuable our psychologists were and are. In addition, our speech language pathologists, also as a EC teacher, the value there, but also as a former speech student. I received speech language therapy from Ms. Hill, and she worked magic. And so acknowledging the emails that we received from them and the errors that we corrected there. And I hope you see that this is a way that we will continue to show and rebuild that trust. Certainly understand the importance of fair compensation and the trust that our staff and frankly, this community has in us to ensure that we are fiscally responsible. And so tonight, we are pleased to present salary schedules that we believe not only correct some of the past discrepancies, but also align with the commitment that we've been hearing and the commitment that our staff deserves as it relates to transparency and clarity. And so these changes are designed to ensure that our educators and our staff receive the compensation that they so rightfully deserve. Also, these salaries are a beginning step to set this district up for future financial stability. And with that, the work is just beginning. This is not a finish line by any means. This is a first step in a journey to correct some of the errors in the past, but also engage with our staff in a way that we have never done before. And so with that, I want to bring to the podium Rashana Price. And I think you may hear from Dr. Elvira Lassane and maybe occasionally from not doctor yet, right? Sierra Ojito. All right, Rashana, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Good evening, everyone, board members, the Durham community. I'm very pleased to be here, and it is humbling to be able to hold such precious information and to be able to share it transparently today. So we are going to talk about the 2024-2025 salary schedules that have been published. And I want to thank everyone that has commented on them. We could see the anonymous animals that were in the spreadsheets as people were going through. That's what Google does when someone anonymous is in there. So it's exciting to know that many people were able to see them. And I do want to, before I head into the presentation, acknowledge that in our 15 days of working through this work, that there were some errors that we did need to correct. And that is a part of the transparency, and seeing many eyes on the work allows for that to happen. It wasn't behind a curtain, it was forward, and there's vulnerability in that, and I think that's a good thing. And so on behalf of my organization, Erie Success, and the team that worked on this, I want to thank you for your time, and I will walk you through what we've prepared and then answer any questions. Next slide. All right. So our agenda tonight, I'm going to introduce our organization, Erie Success, a little bit more. I want to make sure that everyone understands our approach to developing the salary schedules. And then I'm going to talk through key findings as well as recommended next steps. And on the agenda that is there and that it was out in the Precies information are all of the schedules. They are live. You can continue to walk through them, click through them, even as you're listening. Next slide. So introduction, next slide. So Erie Success. Erie Success is the organization that I founded about 9 years ago. We are a minority woman-owned business, and we are proud of the work that we do. We have over 30 years of multi-sector experiences. So the question around how are we able to respond, what was the method that we used, we have a diverse background. And as I said before, we were hired on September 4th. So we started hitting the ground running, trying to understand what was done previously and how to move forward quickly with transparency and clarity. In addition, we have an engineering and operations approach to the work that we do across many functions, including human resources and finance, which we have been supporting the Durham Public Schools since we were hired. Next slide. So our approach, I wanted to make sure that as we were developing the materials for tonight, that everyone would understand what we did and why we did it. The first thing that we did was we conducted a why analysis. That is an approach to ask why. Similar to if you've ever had a toddler, a 2-year-old or a 3-year-old, and they're like, why is the sky blue? And why does this happen? We wanted to ask, what happened before and why did it happen? And what are the things that we need to know? Why? To get to and determine and uncover the thinking that led to why we were even called and what that was for. And then we reviewed the previous work. There has been a long history in DPS of uncovering different things and different methodologies. And so we wanted to understand what had been done, to learn from that, and also to build upon it if we could. And in doing so, we weren't able to get all of the information that we needed to understand the assumptions that were made and the math behind what was previously done. We tried to backwards engineer the approaches that were done to find a pattern, to find different schedules and different formulas. We weren't able to do that. So what we did was we started by drafting schedules to get feedback. And this time last week, when I was in New York and I was on virtually, I was sharing that feedback. I was learning from that feedback while also sharing the draft schedules. And then from there, we created new schedules based on what we learned. The new schedules have, as you may have seen, they have a min and a max, which is what I heard was something that the board said that they wanted. It was in previous recommendations, and also honoring longevity with steps, so years of service with steps. So we created the schedules that are now out for everyone to see. Next slide. So our key findings. So the first key finding that we found after the YY analysis, after backwards engineering, trying to understand what had been done, is that there's been over customization and inconsistency in previous schedules and previous information that we could find. There are numerous roles in DPS that are paid off scale or that were adopted based on other decisions that we didn't have access to. And we wanted to make sure that everything that we presented, that we could stand behind, that we could say, this is how we got this number, this is the math, this is the thinking. That way, if changes are needed, we could move forward collectively. In addition, we wanted to make sure that it was transparent. And as I've said before, sometimes being transparent can show errors and flaws. And we are human and we are working quickly, and that will happen. And that's okay, because once we know, we can make corrections and move forward. And I also think learn from it as we do together. In addition to that, the customization has created increased classified salary schedule formulas that aren't necessarily easily duplicated. So when you have inconsistencies, the ability to duplicate and have equity across numerous scales like we've seen is really hard to do because the repeated pattern is unknown. And what we wanted to do was create a pattern that was consistent. We could agree upon, here's where we are going to start. Here's the assumptions that we're making. Here are the percentages that we have. And here are the implications of the changes that we want to make, which I think is very important. And then we wanted to also implement schedules that have less variability over time and less variability within them. One of the things that we heard as we were able to find some information is there's different percentages between the different steps. Why is that? How did we get there? And so we wanted to create some consistency, and that's what are in the schedules that are online as well. The second key finding is around functional ownership confusion. And in working with human resources and finance, I like to think about it as a two-sided coin. And the understanding that on one side of the coin is finance and on the other side of the coin is human resources. And we have to be sure that both functions understand that we are working with a quarter-size coin or a penny, and we have to be in agreement around what that is. Anytime one function is working off of one coin and the other side is working off of a different size coin, that difference is exponential to not only the schedules that are produced, but also the budget implications. And so we want to make sure that that confusion is minimized, that finance can recommend different models of what it can look like from a budget standpoint, at the same time that human resources is also communicating with what does it mean from a personnel standpoint. Both functions must be willing to communicate to the board and to the community what the implications are for recommendations. And so we wanted to make sure that in what we produce, we can have those conversations, and we have been. Next slide. So our recommendations, as I've said, they are transparent, they are out there, and we've built the salary schedules just for that, so that individuals can click on all of the boxes and see the math that's there. If you enjoy math, have at it. If you are like, I don't want the numbers, that's okay. We also put a title slide in there, especially on the classified staff, that talks about the methodology, so people will understand that. We also wanted to make sure that they were viewable so that if there are questions and if there are changes, we can make them and they will then be seen real time. I was sharing earlier that we are in a day and a time where you order a pizza and you can see the pizza go into the oven, and then you can see it come out of the oven and get ready to be delivered. And having the veil removed from salaries is important. And so that's what we were looking to model. We also want to allow this to be a time of education and clarity around the communication of what someone's salary is and why and how it was built, so that we can continue to move forward in a consistent future together. So the schedules that are out there can be modified, they can be added to, and now we have history to go back to, and it's all in one place. And I think that's important, so that when DPS is looking to move towards the future, and as Dr. Lewis talked about, a future that is financially stable, we're all talking about the same point in time and moving forward collectively. Next slide. So our recommendations are today for the board to adopt the salary schedules so that new employees coming in and current employees are all starting to read from the same sheet of music. I'm a band mom, so music's important. Administration can then begin to provide that transparency and certainty for current employees, understanding that comparing what was previously done to what is currently being modeled are apples to oranges comparisons, and we don't want to do that. We want to have individual conversations, and that's the recommendation with employees. Then next, from October to June, we need time to be able to systematically work through and implement a long-range plan. That has to happen over time, and it can't happen quickly because we want to be sure that we're all, again, working from the same methodology and the same assumptions, and we want to do that well. So our recommendation is start that in October and use this year to be sure employees understand and are clear on where they are now and how they can continue to progress in their career with DPS. And so the future is around after July 2025 and beyond, about determining the methodology based on what we learned this year, implementing that with policies and procedures from the board and from the salary working group, and then ensuring that there's also community involvement and focus groups. There is much rich history here in DPS, and we want to learn from the past, and we also want to be sure that we implement a bright future. And then additionally, functional support is key for the future as well, around finance and human resources, being able to recommend solutions that they can sustain and that are clear to the board around budget implications as well. So next slide. With that, I'll say thank you, and I will answer any questions that anyone has. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Bryce. Colleagues, we're gonna hold off on our questions. I'm gonna invite Ms. Bryce to take her seat so we can move to public comment and hear public comment now that the presentation has been made. Public comment rules, a quick review of the rules. First, please state your name. If speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. Second, speakers are asked to present their comments in 3 minutes. When the yellow light comes on, you will have 1 minute left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, which indicates your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of students, or the operation of the school system. Finally, board members will listen carefully and consider the comments, but we do not engage in discussion with speakers. Our first speaker is Lenore Champion, followed by Katie Canty, and then JB Hallen.
Hi, Lenore Champion, lead occupational therapist for Durham Public Schools. Greetings, board members, Superintendent Lewis. I'm tired. It's been 11 months since I received my first email regarding my compensation, then Saturday. That was in October of 2023, then Saturday, January 10th, the follow-up email stating that errors were made. So I know you all know that history, but for the last 8 months, the classified salary schedules have been up in the air. I'm tired of trying to maintain staffing with this uncertainty. I'm tired of the stress of vacancies, not only occupational therapists, but also across EC staff. This is harmful to all students and especially our most vulnerable students. I'm tired of what feels like the lack of respect for my DPS OT team, who are all trained, caring, and effective supports for our EC students. I'm tired of the lack of responses to basic requests and lack of transparency for this entire process. Please, I'm begging you to solve this issue. I know it's complex, but it's our lives and we're just about all used up.
Katie Canty, JB Holland. Followed by Katie McConnell and Sydney Schnilch. So I apologize if I'm pronouncing your names wrong.
Hi, my name is Katie Canty. I am a proud member of DAE, and I wasn't planning on making a public comment tonight, but I wanted to share with you all what has been on my mind since January, and what I've wanted to say to you since January is to be brave. You were elected to lead, and you have not been leading. And it is embarrassing. You are bringing in people outside of our community when you have folks who are willing to do the work for free sitting in this room right now. And so I hope you all have a wonderful night. And again, please have some courage, be brave. I yield the rest of my time to JB.
Good evening. My name is JB Hallen. I'm the school social worker at Carrington Middle School up in North Durham. I'm very proud to be a product of Durham Public Schools. I attended Forest View Elementary School way back in the day, Githens Middle School, and I graduated from Jordan High School in 2009. Last year, I was honored by my colleagues to be voted as the School Social Worker of the Year. So I'm here just speaking on behalf of not only myself, but all of my social work colleagues. Last spring, many of us social workers fought alongside our fellow teachers and classified staff to get this new historic budget passed. We were very excited when we heard that DPS would finally offer master's level pay to all of us who have earned master's degrees. But I'll be honest, we got extremely nervous and pretty upset last week when we found out that at the board meeting, it was stated that only classroom-based teachers would receive master's level pay. We school social workers, we feel that that is unfair, and we want to advocate strongly to be included in that master's level pay. According to NCDPI, social workers are under the teacher salary schedule, and we hope that DPS follows that guideline. Many of us social workers, myself included, have a master's degree, which is a totally relevant degree to do the work we do. I personally use the knowledge, skills, and experience that I got from my master's degree every single day of my job with not just my students, but also the families I work with. We social workers, we strongly believe that we should be compensated for this additional education. All of our school social workers are incredibly dedicated and hardworking individuals, people who love our jobs and the work we do, and we work very hard for our students and families. So just please make sure to include us in the master's level pay. And finally, I want to go on record saying, even though I am not a DAE union member, I please urge you to pass me and confer. Even as a non-union DPS employee, I just want y'all to know there are other people who are not DAE employees who fully trust them to represent us and to advocate for our best interests. So please, please, please pass me and confer. Thank you.
Katie McConnell, Sydney Schilnick. I apologize again for mispronouncing your name, followed by Maddie Raddick.
Me. Once again, I came with, but I have 3 minutes. September 4th, seriously?
Ms.
I am
McConnell,
so
please
sorry.
address the board.
I am so sorry to the people behind me that had to be hired on September 4th. This problem existed in January of last year. It was the MLK weekend. September 4th? Can you do your best work in 15 days? I don't believe that's true. I am so sorry to the people that were hired that now their reputation may suffer. We don't vote tonight on this. We give them the time, the professional time, respect, and courtesy to do it right. Because what you launched the other day, I don't know how many people looked at it, but my goodness. I came here tonight just hold up signs. I wasn't going to say a word. Classified pay, no transparency, no honesty, growing together, Montessori training in Charlotte from Watson Moorhead. Primary teachers are case managers. Northern High School, this one's personal to me because that was my daughter's opening of her first year of high school. Curriculums. Curriculums maps do not align with the $1 million of curriculums that you've spent your money on. 30 years of Montessori excellence, and there's still no aligned DPS curriculum map. New DSA. As a parent, I am not heard. As a taxpayer, I am not heard. As a teacher, on this piece of paper, it says I am unheard, but I feel unseen and I feel unheard. Last year, I joined our union. I was a paying member. I had to stop paying for my membership because I chose my children for that 60-something a month. But they represent every single one of us. So I stand before you and I am not drinking Kool-Aid, but when I say that you have to do better, you have to do better. You have to start listening to us. It feels like you listen. We stand here, there's a microphone, but nobody hears us. There is one lady right there who I'm very excited to meet with her on Saturday. She knows we're hanging out, Miss Rogers, and I appreciate it. But it is time for you to really invest in us. I love that you're doing your little sessions, and I'm probably going to get on your nerves because I'll be there at every single one. But we need more from you. And meet and confer is the first way to do that. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sydney Schildknecht, and thank you for your valiant efforts pronouncing that last name. I am the social worker at Parkwood Elementary. This is my second year working for DPS. I found my way to school social work through my first job out of undergrad as a bilingual family preservation case manager in Baltimore. I worked closely with school social workers and admired their powerful positionality as community connectors, advocates, and compassionate, safe adults to their students and families. While an MSW is not required to be a school social worker in North Carolina, my undergraduate degree was a double major in biochemistry and Spanish. So in order to get into this role, I did have to get a relevant master's degree. I came to North Carolina for grad school at UNC School of Social Work, where I graduated in May of 2023. I was excited to then receive job offers from both Wake and Durham Public Schools. In spite of the master's pay offered in Wake County, I chose to accept the position with DPS because a core practice belief of mine is that social workers are more effective the more familiar we are with the community we're serving. I dove into my first year of practice serving 2 schools with a total of about 1,200 enrolled students, almost 5 times the NASW, that's the National Association of Social Workers, recommended ratio of 1 school social worker to every 250 students. I joined the Durham Association of Educators and was proud to see us win majority membership last year. Even prouder to see the historic budget you all passed, and relieved to hear that our fight had won us master's pay. When the master's pay survey came out and the language was specific to classroom teachers, social work friends expressed concern, but but I didn't believe that we would be left out until I received the news last week. I'm here tonight because I am so disappointed in Durham Public Schools right now. The way our voices and our union have been excluded from budget conversations in the absence of meet and confer has impacted not just me and my colleagues, but the families that we serve. To be the person in the building who holds space for a mother who has lost her job because student transportation that she signed up for in May is still not available, putting her housing at risk when our shelter system is diverting families to other regions because wait lists are taking months to move through. Do you know how hard we work to support DPS families and also prevent our own burnout in this job? Tonight, I had to reframe my self-care as coming here to spend my time with you and advocate for myself. I need your respect. I need our union voices at the table where these decisions are being made. I need and deserve for my self-care to be to go home and rest at the end of the day. I hope y'all do the right thing and compensate me and my colleagues appropriately for our training. Thank you.
Maggie Raddick, Kimberly Wins, Tanya Rechtenwald.
I'm Maggie Raddick, 7th-year science teacher at Northern High School, DAE member. Every single misstep that y'all keep making, excluding master's pay for school psychologists and social workers, the panic yesterday about potential pay cuts for SLPs, and sorry, for SLPs and school psychologists, that the panic yesterday about those pay cuts, as well as the continued frustration and confusion about classified pay, just really underscores that y'all should have passed meet and confer months ago. We would have been working this summer to work on the salary schedules to make folks understand what was going on and feel valued and compensated. And you just should have done it months ago. And we really need you to do it next week. And I see the rest of my time to Kimberly.
Board members and superintendent, thank you for this opportunity to be heard. I'm Kimberly Wins. I am a speech language pathologist. I started off the year at the wonderful, beautiful Murray Massenburg Elementary School, and then was called to also help over at Lowe's Grove. I'm very honored to be a part of both of those communities. And I appreciate y'all listening as we want to build a speech pathologist communication confidence in our students and our community for advocacy and support. And I cede my time to Tanya Richtenwald.
Hi, good evening, board members and Dr. Lewis. My name is Tanya Rechtenwald. I'm a speech language pathologist who has worked for Durham Public Schools for 26 years, as you can tell by my worn out badge. And I'm in my 29th year as a public school speech language pathologist. I always wanted to work for schools, and so that's all I've ever done is be a speech pathologist for students in the public schools. I'm also the assistive technology team lead. The assistive technology team serves students with complex needs from pre-K through high school in DPS and consists of SLPs, OT, and a PT. First of all, I want to thank you for acknowledging the mistake on the salary schedule that was posted yesterday and updating the new schedule with local supplements. We are certified staff and have a DPI license, a state license, and a national certificate of clinical competence that we have to work very hard and long hours and take tests to achieve. I do have a concern that the new salary schedule that was posted, that the supplement amounts are staying the same as last year, that were copied and pasted, where in previous years, it's been my understanding of being here for a very long time that it's a percentage of the base pay that we get from the state. So that means that when our base pay from the state is increased, that the supplement should be at least slightly increased based on the percentage that it should be taken from that base pay and added to our salary. So that did not change from last year to this year. So I wanted to point that out. Also, DPS, as recently spoken about, has reinstated master's pay for teachers, which is wonderful. I'm completely for that. However, base pay for SLPs, audiologists, and psychologists is a master's degree. We cannot work without a master's degree. We have to have that level of education to start. Many of us have an advanced licensure based on extra hours of school. I do get paid at that rate because I've been here so long and I was grandfathered in. Many of my younger colleagues who have started after the state changed the law are not being paid at that level of the advanced licensure. So they, have that in their field to work as a speech pathologist. So that is a step beyond the master's pay. And then there's a doctoral level for speech pathologists as well. So I wanted to point that out because I felt like you probably all weren't aware of that either for our field. I'm also here to support the classified staff whose salaries have been upended since last year's salary study. It still does not appear that the proposed salaries are where they should be based on the expectation that no one would make less than they did in the 2023 school year. And then last year when all this happened and that they would actually get raises. I actually lost a team member who was a PT when this happened. She had many years of experience that were taken away from her in a day and felt disrespected when that happened and quit and left in 3 days. And I was out, a staff member. And while I have your attention, you may not be aware that myself and other leads in our departments in the related services field is what we call ourselves, like Lenore, our lead OT, our lead PT, lead for audiology, adaptive PE, teachers of the visually impaired. We all are lead speech pathologist. We all oversee our departments in the EC for all the schools that those staff members serve. We do not get any further compensation for doing that job. I work on a speech pathologist salary schedule, the same as another speech pathologist that has the same years of experience, but is not doing the job I'm doing, supervising a team of employees. I don't think when those of us who have been around a long time retire, you're going to get people to fill those positions. We already have vacancies that have not been filled or have taken a year to be filled. Because who's going to do that? Take on a job that you're supervising, going to meetings with attorneys and making sure everything is in place and all your procedures are taken care of without getting pay for that extra responsibility. So I just wanted to bring that up to the board as well. All of the staff that I just mentioned, whether certified or classified, we ensure that students with disabilities, IEPs, are implemented as mandated by federal law. If we do not have that staff, which we are short staff in all of these departments, it becomes difficult to meet those requirements. We are all asking for budget transparency and recognizing Durham's Association of Educators through a strong meet and confer policy. Thank you for your time.
Mary Jo McClure, Mas Sato, Paige Akin.
Good evening. I'm Mary Jo McClure, a veteran speech pathologist with 24 years experience, DPS employee as an SLP, DPS parent, and I signed up for the purpose of ceding my time to Mas Sato.
Good evening, members of the school board, Superintendent Lewis. My name is Mas Sato. I'm a speech therapist at Forest View Elementary. First, I want to acknowledge that IRE Success has restored the salary supplement for speech therapists, psychologists, audiologists, and this correction ensures we can continue providing critical services to our students. However, I urge board members to scrutinize the draft for mistakes, increases that are barely above inflation, and wage compression as employees move up in steps. It is essential for the district to handle compensation decisions accurately and transparently and allow time for adequate review. Compensation reflects the district commitment to staff, not just financial security. Missteps regarding pay can erode trust and goodwill, and getting these decisions right the first time is crucial for maintaining morale, engagement, and talent retention. Please don't repeat the same mistake. I also urge the district to adopt a meet and confer policy. Having a formal process in place ensures transparency and allows for constructive dialogue, which can prevent misunderstandings and help align the district's goals with the needs of its staff. Additionally, I want to address the compensation of speech therapy contract employees. Contractors are vital in supporting DPS staff and filling vacancies, yet the current hourly wage is not competitive. This has led to losing qualified professionals to other districts and agencies. To attract and retain top talent, we must offer competitive compensation for all who contribute to student success. Lastly, I urge the board to proactively prepare for the growth of Durham's school-age population. As the city expands, so will the needs of services, especially in specialized areas like speech therapy. We must be ready for this influx to avoid last-minute gaps. Addressing this now will help us remain competitive and continue meeting the needs of our exceptional children. High turnover and disruptions to services can also result in compliance with IEPs as required by the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. Failure to meet these obligations could put the district at risk of legal challenges and violations of federally mandated services. Competitive wages, strong contractor support, and proactive planning are critical to the success of our schools and the well-being of our students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Paige Akin, Melissa Eimer, Kristen Hovis.
Hi, I'm Paige Aiken. I am a SLP serving Lakewood, Little River, and I'm coaching our first year SLPs. Being a coach has given me the vantage point to see how absolutely outstanding our speech department here is at Durham. I would confidently say we have the best speech department in the state. I don't think you're aware what it is to be a speech therapist in Durham. It means in some of our schools, we don't have any space, right? We don't get an office. Sometimes we're working out of closets. We don't get a budget for materials from the schools or from the district year after year, okay? These highly skilled master's trained clinicians this year or this week had a heart attack when they heard that they might be getting these pay cuts. I would like you to know in our department, we do peer review. It's kind of a pain, it is, but we do review each other's work weekly before we send it out. Just saying. Well, we should. I just would like the board to consider the impact it has when you rush things and the impact it had on our department and our morale, as we do not have a fully staffed department. I cede the rest of my time to Melissa Eimer.
Hi, my name is Melissa Eimer. I am an AC pre-K teacher here at DPS. I love my job. I love my students. I love my families, and I'm proud to be here. I'm also a proud DAE member, and I urge you to pass a strong meet and confer policy. And I'm here to support my wonderful SLP that I could not imagine going through my job without, and I cede the rest of my time to Kristen Hovis.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Hovis, and I'm a DPS speech language pathologist. I'm also a DPS parent and a proud member of DAE. I work at the Whitted School. For those of you who may not have heard of us, we're a DPS school that educates the only preschool students, some of our youngest learners in DPS. For those of you who might think speech language pathologists spend their days teaching students just how to practice sounds, that's only a small portion of our jobs. Most of our students have language disabilities as well as a range of complex needs. Speech language pathologists provide mandated services to almost all students who have IEPs in our buildings. We conduct assessments, serve as EC case managers, consult, and complete an extensive amount of paperwork that's often completed after our own children have gone to bed at night. We also complete Medicaid logs within 24 hours of the services we provide so the district can receive reimbursement for our services. I felt compelled to speak regarding the newly released salary schedules. I feel lucky a colleague contacted me after school yesterday to inform me they had been released, as otherwise I wouldn't have known about them through my work email until almost noon today in the middle of my workday and just hours before this meeting. As I first looked at the new speech pathology salary schedule, I panicked, noting an $8,000 decrease from my current salary. I began to realize the local supplement, currently part of our salary, had not been included, and there was no way for us to know if this was an error or as intended. As colleagues began communicating over the course of last night, there was confusion, worry, and disappointment. At the same time, a teaching colleague was in disbelief at her significant pay raise, which, by the way, she would absolutely deserve had it been correct. After many emails to the board last night, we could see this morning that some pay schedules have been adjusted either up or down. In the case of the speech pathologists, audiologists, and school psychologists, the supplement was added back into our pay scale, making it seem as though its previous omission had been an error. We would like reassurance and explanation of the new salary schedules and including how the supplement was calculated. With such a quick turnaround between new consultants being tasked with creating the new salary schedules and only a day between their release and presentation to the board tonight for a vote, I'm concerned what other errors or omissions might be present in the salary schedules for other positions. With notice of the new schedules being released only hours ago, many people have not even checked them, let alone had enough time to analyze the changes they're seeing. At the last Board of Education meeting, you're committed to getting the process right, and with the events of the last 24 hours, it could be difficult to trust that that is happening. What my colleagues and I experienced last night seems very similar to the confusion, panic, and disappointment felt by classified staff last January over Martin Luther King Jr. weekend when they received an email explaining that their pay increases were being taken away. In their case, however, there was no error that was adjusted overnight. 8 months later, their new salaries are finally being presented in an official capacity, and many classified staff are asking us where their significant pay raise is. DAE provided much of the crucial energy and efforts necessary to secure the $27 million provided to DPS from the county commissioners in June. With the majority of those funds earmarked for staff salary increases, including over $8 million dedicated to classified pay raises, we would like transparency regarding how that money is being spent and whether the funding is being used to pay for pay raises as promised for both classified and certified staff. Given the events of last year, transparency is crucial for rebuilding trust with DPS staff across the district. That's difficult to achieve without sharing how those funds contribute to the new salary schedules. In addition, having the board approve a meet and confer policy with DAE is essential to rebuilding trust and to help prevent the types of mistakes and miscommunications that seem to repeatedly occur. With the majority of DPS workers being DAE members, we are the only organization that can quickly get input from all workers in our building and share that with the board when significant decisions are being made. With workers having a formal seat at the table, you would have much more information regarding what is occurring across the district. Given the organization of DAE throughout the district, we are capable of quickly sharing information from you, leading to better communication, more trust, and a feeling that our voices and our work are being respected. Given the fact that many of us could earn higher salaries in other districts and work settings, but choose to be here because we're dedicated to DPS students, regaining our trust is essential to us staying in the district. As part of a department that often has vacancies and requires contracted positions to fill gaps in staffing that still remain unfilled, the district cannot afford for more of us to seek employment elsewhere. If we are not here to provide mandated IEP services, the district is left out of compliance and vulnerable to litigation. Correct salary schedules, budget transparency, and adopting a meet and confer policy are steps you can take to try to retain staff so that we can do what we love, serving the students of DPS. Thank you.
Samantha Canopy. I'm sorry, I can't read your handwriting. Followed by Bethany Ferguson and Kelly Becker.
Hi, I'm Sam Knight, and I'm a speech language pathologist at Murray Massenburg. I also serve preschool assessment team and at RN Harris. And I am planning to cede my time, but I do want to say that yesterday afternoon when we got notice of these salary schedule changes, I was really upset. I have two small children. We depend on my income to help for childcare. And my husband said to me, "Don't worry, Sam, like they can't just cut your pay." And I was like, "Oh, they can't." And I think that had the events of the last year not happened, then I would have probably believed him. But there's just been so much loss of faith with the public with this that I just feel like this really underscores the need for a meet and confer. I think that I just don't, there's nothing personal, but I just don't trust that we can trust you. So, and I see the rest of my time to Bethany.
Hi, I'm Bethany Perkerson. Thank you for having this time for us to speak tonight. I'm a speech therapist on the preschool assessment team in Durham Public Schools. I've been here for 20 years. We on the preschool assessment team are some of the first people that with DPS that are these families coming in encounter, and we really work hard to provide a loving and nurturing experience and a landing place for people coming in who are scared and worried about their children and want them to get some special education supports. I'm speaking out with my coworkers tonight to advocate for full budget transparency and a meet and confer policy to give our majority union a seat at the table for decision making. North Carolina, I don't know if you know this, but we're one of 3 states that affords public school workers no formal voice in our working conditions, no seat at the table. And that brings us to why we're here tonight. Many of us spent last night sending panicked emails and texts to our coworkers, wondering why the new pay scales included no county supplements for SLPs, school psychologists, and audiologists. What we were seeing reflected a pay decrease of $4,000 to $10,000 per year, depending on years of service. One coworker told me she was up at 3 a.m. working on her resume. None of us got much sleep last night. And then we come today and our working conditions are our students' learning conditions. How are we to provide support for our students and that love and care for our students when we're worried about our own livelihoods? This was sickeningly reminiscent of that Tuesday in January when we learned just how little our county thought of our classified coworkers. While we hoped it was a mistake, we know that the wrongs leveled on our classified staff still have not been made right 9 months later. Now we have these corrected salary schedules, but there are significant concerns, speech therapists who are not, experts in budget who are doing their best, looking over these schedules saying, well, I see this here and this here, trying to make heads or tails of it. Why are we doing this? Like, why? We're supposed to be serving kids, loving on these kids, giving them their federally mandated individual education programs and their free and appropriate public educations, but we're worrying about our livelihoods and we're sitting here analyzing salary schedules instead. And we, again, that trust is down to zero. We can't do our jobs in this environment. It's really tough. I will also, I have a little more time, so I'll speak on, we're in a staffing shortage as well. This does not help. A number of us speech therapists in the county have been asked to cover vacant positions. Now, most people, if they have more than one job, they get more than one paycheck. But we are asked to do this with no compensation while that money sits, it's sitting there, but we don't get it. It's piled on us. The work is piled and piled and piled on us. I have a full-time job with the preschool assessment team. That's the job that I love to do and I'm passionate about, that I drive from Southeast Raleigh to do every single day for the past 11 years. I can find something else easily, but I want to do my one job that I've been hired to do, not a job and a half or a job and a 10th or a job and a 20th. I want to do my one job. And it's really demoralizing and stressful to have to pick up that extra because we can't keep people because this county is very difficult to work in. I'd also like to advocate for master's pay for all teachers. I'm working on the preschool assessment team with teachers who are master's levels teachers, but because they don't have a classroom or whatever other excuse, they are not getting their master's pay. And there's demoralization across the board and we need some respect and we need what's right. Thank you.
Millie Becker, Beth Clifford, Jenny Bailey.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Becker. I'm a speech language pathologist at Little River School. I want to thank the board, Dr. Lewis, for listening to the concerns of my colleagues tonight. They're the concerns of everyone sitting in the back here. They were saying things we're all thinking. I'm ceding my time to Beth.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Beth Clifford. I'm a sixth grade teacher at Githens Middle School, and I'm a DAE member, proud DAE member, and I'm here in solidarity tonight with my colleagues. Last week at the board meeting, I was sitting here and there was a lot of emphasis on getting it right. So I have some comments. Nothing will be right. Nothing will be right under a system that promotes outright deceit, disrespect, and hierarchical disregard for all of us. Nothing. The only product of that system is incompetence, distrust, and deep disillusionment, which we all know hurts our kids the most. As many of you said last week, this is about our kids. We all feel that way. And we need systemic change, and we cannot wait for it any longer. We have to get this right. Getting it right would be inviting workers to the table whenever you deliberate on their compensation and their conditions. That would be right. We could have avoided so many panic moments, including like the one last night that all of these people had to suffer through if there was a regular practice of inviting us to the table. Getting it right would be transparently sharing all budget information, including the constraints, especially openly, so that we can come to funding solutions together as a community because this is public funds. Getting it right would be centering the expertise of the people on the ground who know our schools best whenever you have to make a tough decision, which I know there are many, about where we need to cut. You have to listen to the people on the ground. And finally, getting it right would be checking any proposed numbers yourself as a publicly elected school board member before they're public, right? Opposed to blindly trusting administration who have repeatedly made major mathematical errors just in the last 6 months. You have to check the numbers yourself because we can do that too. Getting it right has never, ever, ever looked like hiring not one, not two, but now our third private contractor, 3, and fully trusting each of them to solve a pay issue that affects all of us, our community. I can't believe that this is the reality you all are making us live in again. And genuinely no disrespect at all to you, Ms. Price, you seem lovely. But last week we were sitting here and a stranger zoomed in from New York and we were told that this stranger is responsible for determining our pay on a 15-day timeline. And this is because the private contractor that you hired last spring who you also blindly trusted to make these pay scales, apparently produced numbers that were majorly off in a way that was not okay. So it's like you're sending all of us the message that the only way we can have expertise and respect and credibility in this district is to work for a for-profit enterprise. That's the message that I'm getting. As a DPS teacher, I have never had any interest in making money. I don't think any of us do. Because we care about the kids. We care about our community. We care about Durham. This is what we do. We care for a living. And really, that's all we've ever asked of you all, to help us live and care, especially when it feels like many in this current political climate of rapid privatization and school shootings would rather see us die. We need you to help us live. And also have some rest. That would be nice. And the only way to help us do that and get it right, as you say, is to listen to what we've been saying for months now. Recognize our union. Respect the fact that we are the ones showing up every single day for these kids and for each other, and therefore we know what is best for our schools and our community. And begin negotiations through meet and confer with us immediately. If you can't, then my question is, who are you doing this job for? Who are you accountable to? Because I don't know how you can be accountable to people you don't talk to on a regular basis. I have a minute left, so I have some questions that I have as someone who is accountable to my colleagues whose pay is on the line tonight. Number one, why did the differential between steps decrease from 1% with the comptroller's proposal to 0.5% with this proposal from Erie Success? Our understanding was that the $8.8 million that we won together as a union and worked a lot for all of us last May would fund a 1% differential. So why is it 0.5, half now? Need an explanation for that. Number two, many positions that used to have one grade level recommended now have a range of grades that's recommended. Why? And what will the guidelines be to place individual employees within this range of grades? It sounds like there's some room for some more over customization. And without the guidelines ready right now, tonight, people do have no idea what their future pay will look like and if they'll ever get a raise for the rest of their career, because that's what the 0.5% differential does. And then lastly, in the SLP audiologist, psychologist, and counselor schedules, there are some major discrepancy in the figures. I sent you spreadsheets through your email. And then probably the number one question I've been hearing in my building this month is, what were y'all doing this summer? Because we would have gladly worked unpaid at the table with you all to figure this out. We need to get it right.
Jenny Bailey, Ellie Harbaugh, Christy Clem, and Lauren Sartain.
Hi, my name is Jenny Bailey, and I'm going to cede my time to Ellie.
Hi, I'm Ellie Harbaugh. I'm a multilingual speech-language pathologist working on the assistive technology team that supports all the schools across the district. I wasn't going to speak here originally, but I do feel like I want to say a little because I really do care. I care deeply for this community, which is why I even work currently to serve the Durham Public Schools families, the Spanish-speaking communities, the English-speaking communities, everyone speaking other languages. And I am here because I'm here to represent the many confused and frustrated EC staff and speech language pathologists and related services, including the classified staff, on all of these discrepancies and the lack of transparency overall with this budget. We really do need fair compensation for all of our staff to maintain staff here within DPS, to hire more staff, to fill all the vacancies that are open right now. And we especially need a proactive approach rather than being reactive, as we're seeing is continually happening, to address these concerns. So I urge you to pass the meet and confer policy today. And I cede the rest of my time to Christy Clem.
Good evening, Christy Clem, physical therapist. I'm pretending I wrote something out, but I didn't. I do appreciate the time. I've been able to speak to some of you individually, and I've gotten some responses in email. They're pretty generic email responses of, we'll try to get back to you. but I am not under false pretense that that is anything like meet and confer. I like to have a better understanding, and I want to try to educate my colleagues and coworkers. And I want information, so when I go back and share it in the 8 buildings and preschool assessment team that I'm on, that I'm sharing factual information. It is so hard for us to get facts right now. And I wonder, is it because the facts aren't there? Are things being withheld from board members to us? Or is the board not getting the facts they need to make good decisions from admin? It was presented well, there were lots of things last year that were frustrating, but it was presented. I've been in all the meetings but one. If I wouldn't have been out of state, I would have been here. And I need to apologize to my spouse because I'm here all the time. And she actually said last night, I'm ready for you to be home. Physically with the time I spend here, but emotionally with the time that I'm checked out. Because even if I am at home, I'm on the computer. I'm looking at a spreadsheet. I'm calling speech therapist. I'm saying, let's go through this. And when they're reaching out yesterday in 24 hours of what does this mean? Well, this is what I was told in January, discreetly, once we asked lots of questions. If you're going to be held at this pay here, you might not get another raise for 20 years. That's what we were told in January when we asked. Is that what the new schedules mean now? Because when I look at my pay, looks like I could be frozen for 4 more years before I'm even going to be eligible for something else. Now, that's better than back in January when people lost 30 years. But there's transparency in the sense that they're posted. I appreciate that, even if it is short. But there's not transparency in what it really means with mins and maxes and multiple grades and how people fall. And I'm very fearful that we're going to continue to get nuanced answers with semantics that appear one way when in fact that's not what it is. So it was presented 11%. The flat raise that was given last year, that was in the recurring budget. No matter what else happens, we can go forward with 11%. More conversations I have, it doesn't seem like that's the case. If 11% wasn't in the recurring budget, would we be in a bigger financial deficit if the county wouldn't have agreed to give almost 28 more million this year, with 8.8 being for classified staff? Is 8.8 going to classified pay, or is 8.8 going to a pot that something else got pulled out of last year that was falsely presented to us and it's not even there? Salary schedules that got posted now look actually worse than salary schedules that we were shown in April before we got the extra 8.8 from the county. Where is the 8.8? And if it's not there, say it. And last week, there was conversation about, oh, people want steps. We're going to give you steps. And the nuance at the end of, step doesn't mean you're actually going to go up financially. That'll be up to the board. Is it a public-facing step that we're moving on? Or are we just pretending to say that so hopefully employees calm down a little bit and don't come back and say, what does this really mean? Master's pay. There's not clarity in how that's being done. EC supplement, has anybody talked to the people in EC? Not just those of us that provide the services, but has anybody talked to our immediate supervisors or the one before that? The criteria of case managers get ECS supplement is not being applied. I mean, it's not even how it's presented. If you look at who is or isn't a case manager, how do y'all define that? And how is that really defined in EC? Is it an IEP case manager? Is it people who have a caseload of students? Some of the people that y'all have listed on this is a classified employee getting an EC supplement, isn't even a classified staff. BI teachers are certified. DHH teachers are certified, but yet they're called on the classified side. Like, there's so many glaring red flags that are not accurate. Why would we trust a big picture? Master's pay, teachers need master's pay. I'm a former teacher. I'm a national board certified teacher. I would be getting it there. I went and got my doctorate because I have to have a doctorate to do PT. OTs and PTs here are paid like they have a bachelor's. If I was paid like a speech therapist or a psychologist or an audiologist in my 9 years here, I would have made $100,000 more. I've done the math. Some years it's $16,000 less than I make for my colleagues that have the same level of licensure and education. We serve the exact same students.
There's not even master's recognition for what? And now it's required. OTs have to have a master's. They also have the option to have a doctorate. OTPT is not being included in the EC supplement. We're not being recognized for master's, advanced pay, or doctorate level pay. I'm so glad speech and psych and audiologists and counselors and those folks on the certified side, it got fixed in 24 hours. You know what classified people were saying in the building today? We've been sending emails for 9 months. Did it only get fixed because they're a certified staff member? Was the plan really to try to offset the big hole financially the district has been in? So maybe we could slip in those true pay, were those pay scales yesterday true? Were we gonna do that to try to make up some of these pots of money that things have been taken out of? Now when, what I heard, what I was asked, certified in those positions, had 24 hours to send emails and make calls and get upset. District doesn't want to upset certified. They got their supplement back. Classified has been doing it for 9 months and has gotten nothing. The pay scales that came out that I've briefly looked at in the last 24 hours, and I wish I could continue to expand my spreadsheet. Right now it's got Hill 11%, comptroller's next one. This last one that just came out, it's all color coded. I'm not a math person, but I can YouTube and learn how to do Google Sheets. The step 30 for the ones I've looked at match up with the year 2021. So we're now going to pay our most advanced people going forward what people were getting paid in 2021. Why is anybody going to stay? I have 30 seconds. I'm sure I will come up with something else. Anybody? Yeah, I started with meet and confer. I'll go back to it. One-on-one conversations don't make it happen. I appreciate the empathy and the head nods and the thank you, and that some people very genuine, I hear you and I apologize and I'm sorry. That is not the same as meet and confer. I can continue to wear myself out and nothing will change. I end every day with I'm hopeful.
Thank you, Ms. Clem. Thank you. Lauren Sartain.
Hi, my name is Lauren Sartain. I'm a DPS parent of 2 children with identified disabilities, including my 2nd grader who's been working with his amazing SLP since kindergarten. So thank you. After the classified staff crisis, there's one thing that the board should have nailed down before the school year started, and that's employee pay policy. Instead, here we are in late September, there are no salary schedules, and year-round school started back in July. What do we have? The board is contracting with its 3rd consultant. I'm not sure how the work is different from the other consultants' work, but these are public dollars paying for these contracts, meaning that those are resources that could be going into schools. You don't need more focus groups. Your employees have been here every other Thursday, and they are here in this room telling you again. What they need is they need to know what they will be paid, and then for you to pay them what you promise. Over the last year, we've learned that central office HR infrastructure is lacking, payroll systems and technology are outdated, staff are working beyond capacity. There's so much room for error, and many HR mistakes continue to be made, like the many certified teachers whose license renewals weren't processed just a few weeks ago, and they were sent emails telling them they'd be paid as substitute teachers. These mistakes have serious implications for people, real people, the people who educate our kids. Every district in the country has salary schedules. Doing this work didn't have to be so hard, and it shouldn't have taken so long. Why didn't we just start by looking to our neighbors? We could have started with Wake County's salary schedules, Guilford County's salary schedules, and go from there. Maybe it's not bold enough, maybe it's not unprecedented enough, but it could have gotten the job done. As a researcher, I ask questions about what makes a school a good place to work. What do we find over and over again? Teachers and staff want to work for leaders who they trust. Superintendent Lewis already talked about the importance of trust tonight, but how can you have trust when your livelihood is constantly in question? Thank you.
That concludes sorry, y'all, public comment. Um, colleagues? Dr. Lewis, we have an opportunity now for questions, comments. For Ms. Price and the salary schedule, where would you like to start?
I was curious to know if before we get started with our questions for Ms. Price, if Dr. Lewis wanted to say a few words broadly and not directly in response to public comment, but broadly in response to public comment.
Speaking broadly, but not in response to public comment. First of all, thank you. I shared that there's a reason that board agenda items are released days before the agenda, so more eyes are on the agenda. There is a reason that public comment is a part of the board meeting, and I will tell you, it's not just a checkbox. And I appreciate Board Chair Rogers giving that opportunity before the board engaged in questions to hear from you all. Again, as I continue to come in and learn North Carolina School Finance, to learn the organization, to identify pain points within the organization, to develop plans to address some of those pain points, but also move with a sense of urgency, as I mentioned, considering what you all have been through. I wasn't here, so I can't sit here and say I understand because I don't. I was not here. But still wanting to move with a sense of urgency in a calculated way that ensures that we don't repeat where we've been. And I will tell you that there's competing values as it relates to making sure that this is right. If we wait too long, there's other implications that will impact our employees from a retirement standpoint. So want to address those as well. And so I'm definitely interested in hearing board's feedback, hearing direction. I appreciate everyone that has provided public comment tonight, but also those that have submitted questions that have caused us and definitely caused me again as I continue to learn and ask additional questions of staff. And so with that, I always say hope is not a strategy, but I am hopeful that this is part of the growing pain. And like I said, I want to honor and respect the pain prior to me even getting here, that you all have been through. But please know that I'm coming in with an objective lens, but also from a standpoint of, as I was said earlier, getting it right. I really do want to get it right. But as I mentioned, this is just the beginning as a term in terms of additional work. There will be opportunities for staff to come in and continue to provide us feedback in a more organized and systemic way that will serve as a way for us to ensure that years from now that voices are at the table. I often say that leadership is not a position. Everyone can lead from their seat, and it's important to have other leaders at that table. So thank you for that opportunity.
Ms. Spire?
So I want to start this evening with deep appreciation for you, Dr. Lewis, being willing to lead forward through one of the most complex issues in this community and on this board ever. And I want to start with appreciation for Ms. Ojijo and Ms. Price and Dr. Lassane for the tireless work that you all have put into moving this forward and trying to carry the threads of prior decisions and values of this board and our community to shape and shift what we can pay. And so none of my questions go to any debates of the strength of y'all's talents and your work and your commitment. I do appreciate so much every person that has spoken tonight. Your criticisms are heard. They're valued. And I also wonder who's not here, because we're not hearing from our custodians and our cafeteria workers and so many other job classifications that are not here with us tonight. And these came out recently. So I do want to at least start with the question of if there's any flexibility or time to get more feedback from our community before we move forward on these schedules and these scales. And that is also a question that goes to my wanting to have clarity as what I have been telling folks is the individual email that you received, you will be paid at either the higher of that plus the 3% or inclusive of the 3% and the other schedule that just came out. And I don't know if I'm giving out good information or bad information. And so and I see heads rolling and eyes rolling and I get it. So I guess my first question is really the notion of whether this board and has time to hear from more folks as we move forward.
Colleagues, that's a question for us.
It's a deadline actually for whether people's retirement is impacted by the timing of this vote, whether the masters and the EC supplements, since it's local money, have to be decided tonight. It's a question that I think should frame kind of whether we have time or not, and whether our community has time.
Dr. Lewis, go ahead.
Thank you, Board Member Byer. That's exactly what I was speaking to earlier as it relates to those competing values and the system I think is called Orbit. Again, I'm learning. It's like an impact now or an impact later as it relates to retirement. And I know Dr. Giovanni and Sierra are intricately involved, and maybe Rod is as well on the Orbit in terms. So I'll try to explain it as I have learned it. We have up to 90 days is what the language says to do any type of retro payment that will not impact your retirement. If we go past those 90 days, then it will begin to impact your retirement. Sierra, Dr. Giovanni,
90 days from what date?
90 days from the July 1, basically, is that date.
Yes, the language that was shared with us from the state Orbits is that it is the month of the report plus 90 days. And so we will report retirement on October 5th. So that's the month of the report. And then 90 days back from that is the July 1. And Ms. Ogijo did share that there are people that get paid before July 30th even. So we have miscellaneous pays that occur starting like the first week or so of July. So based on that language that we read in the state retirement report, as well as the conversation with Ms. Vicky Goff, who has been the payroll supervisor for many, many years here in Durham, she had indicated in the past that they had attempted to submit them afterwards and it failed with Orbis to be counted towards the retirement. So based on that, to be safe, it was her strong recommendation in her belief and our interpretation of that language, that in order for the payments for July to count towards retirement, they would have to be made in September and then submitted in that October 5th report.
Can you address, I think there was a previous year or maybe 2 years ago, where retro payment was made after the October date. Can you talk about how that happened?
There were a couple years in which the budget was late being passed, so there was an extension given to everyone throughout the state.
And that was, the state was late passing the budget.
Ms. Byer?
So, so I appreciate that. I still am trying to be clear. And I see the schedules as proposed. I see the corrections that came, many of them during the day to day as y'all, and last night as y'all were feverishly working. And I'm so appreciative of that work and that responsiveness. And mistakes happen. And so that's not a weakness. I appreciate it. I have been, since our meeting previously, hearing and conveying to folks that they will not see a decrease, that they will at least see a 3% raise based on a previous email that they received. I want to be conveying accurate information, and so I'm looking to who who has the answers in this space. And I'm wondering, one, how many people might be on a scale that is reflected by the previous comptroller's work and that Spark email, and how many employees might be on these new scales? Do you all have some analysis of that? Because it feels like we've built two systems that are operating, and then in the future we'll need to merge them. So
I will jump in to answer your question, Board Member Byer, as well as Ms. Price may have some other things to address with that. I want to address the notion of our legacy employees. I want to make it clear, because the board has not passed schedules yet, even from what was proposed, what occurred in March when our employees got their 11%. All new hires, all classified new hires on those pay grades have been processed the same way since then. And so upon approval of compensation schedules, right, we have our legacied employees, and you are correct, they get the 3%, they maintain their 11%, get the 3%. If they were reclassified, they also get that difference. Okay, so from approval of the compensation schedule, whatever, final product for those classified salary grades, that would be for employees hired from that point on. Our existing classified employees would be paid based on that legacy piece. I would also say initially when the items were posted, that same Looker Studio salary projection tool was showing the same information. We went in and pared that down and to make sure that it is showing now, this is what 24-25 would be with that 3% and whatever reclassification you would have. Out of pulling those, and I'm doing this off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure about this, when I went through and did a formula to say, how many had the same title? Same, nothing's changed for them except perhaps us giving their bump, right? There were about 1,300 that information was still the same for them. There are a number that we may have to work on. They may show up in the salary tool depending on when they were processed or where they are, that maybe they changed a job, they got a promotion, and they're still on one of those salary grades. We are just double, triple checking those individuals to make sure that their salary is showing correctly.
Ms. Price, did you have another answer to Ms. Byer's other question? No pressure.
So, thank you. I was just gonna add that the letter and the information that was provided from previous work was not a scale. So it was an actual, they were given information. We could not create a scale from that information because how that information was created, we didn't have the math to do that. So that is why we're proposing new schedules based on DPI and a percentage increase to increase where DPS employees are starting because we couldn't backwards engineer what was given out in that information. So the important thing for employees to understand is what they saw is what is being honored in budget. And that's what Ms. Ojijo and I have been working on, is making sure that financially that we can do that. And we're looking to ensure that we've got something in place for the future.
Dr. Lewis, can I ask you to speak to how the board is expected to engage with salary schedules and how we're expected to answer people's questions when they have inquiries about their specific pay?
Yeah, we are preparing for some, depending on the outcome of tonight, preparing for some additional communication to go out tomorrow that will include information as it relates to employees knowing where their new classification is on the new salary schedule, and additional ways that employees can sit down one-on-one with staff to go over any additional questions or feedback that they may have about their salary.
Are you expecting board members to be able to answer individual questions for individual employees in regards to their pay?
We're not expecting board members to be HR experts. However, we will share information with the board, obviously, so you'll know how to respond to staff that may come to you with a concern. However, we want to create a space where staff is not getting the runaround, where, yes, we would love staff to come to you, but we don't want you to then send them back. So we'll obviously share the information in terms of contact information and direction as to where they can go directly to get the answers. But obviously, we'll keep you updated and give you information that you can share back with them.
Thank you. Ms. Carter-Otten.
Oh, I had some more questions when you get a chance. Thank you.
We'll come back to you.
I have a number of questions for you, Ms. Price. Thank you so much for such a clear presentation this evening. I wanted to follow up on a few things to make sure that the whole board and anybody else watching this is clear on all of these pieces. Can you help us by explaining how staff will be placed between the mins and maxes and in the different grades when there are multiple grades for single positions? Like when someone's looking at what's posted online now, how do they find themselves? That's my. And then maybe also, can you explain what movement from year to year looks like, both from a steps perspective and a salary perspective?
So these are great questions. Thank you for asking. We were asked to model salary schedules, and those questions are a part of implementation that have to happen over time. What I was told was the recommendation was that we needed to have mins and maxes. That was recommended. And so we have modeled that, and we are working closely with HR to understand where people are currently and where, or based on their legacy, so we can put them on a schedule and move them appropriately to ensure that they can continue to progress in their career. At the bottom of the salary schedules are the recommended, what is in DPI, those salary titles. When I talked earlier about customization in terms of what is within DPS, there are many employees that may not see their job title in the bottom because their title is DPS specific. However, we wanted to show what the state does as we are working to ensure sustainability and clarity. And so that's why that is there. So my recommendation has been, and what we've talked about, Dr. Lassane, Ms. Ojijo and I, is that we will have to spend time with individuals to understand their job, the work that they are doing, to place them correctly for continued growth in their career.
Thank you. Can you, as I know folks are, have questions about previous work, I know that when we had spoken, we talked about steps and salary schedules. Can you verify, were there steps in the previous work that was in place, or?
The previous work that, and the results of the work that I saw, there were no schedules created from the previous person that did the work. And so, and again, because we didn't see schedules created, what we saw was a list of people moved with no formulas and no understanding of how that movement happened. And when speaking with previous consultant, the understanding that that work was predicated on the work before the other. So, and that was in question. And so as an organization, I didn't want to start from work that had already been in question. We wanted to start from something that was mandated and that was public and already out there, and that is NCDPI. And so we started from NCDPI, created schedules, and then moved forward.
Thank you.
Mr. Tab?
Thank you very much. Just a few thoughts and then a question. I can understand staff, people's frustration. I really do understand that. What I would like from administration, Dr. Lewis, if possible, that we get a clear understanding exactly what is now missing. Based on the emails, there are different things that I'm hearing that is missing. Although when some staff people emailed me, when they went back to look, they found clarity. They said, okay, I understand this now. So there's got to be a way that we clearly understand what we need to fix, who is affected by it, so that we can start that process. And then hopefully the turnaround for the taking care of the psychologists and all of them within 24 hours, we can get everybody taken care in that same amount of time, or hopefully in a quick turnaround, so that everybody will feel like we are doing that type of work to take care of and correct all of this. And so that's what I propose. If we could get that list of what actually is missing now from what the community and the teachers and the classified employees saw based on the last thing, so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel again, but just correct what's missing.
Ms. Chavez?
All right, thank you so much. Let's see. I guess this is, well, here's what I want to say first of all, before I ask a question. Are we doing one question at a time? Okay. That I feel conflicted because I don't want to negatively affect people's retirement. I think that's very important. And that's why we scheduled the meeting for tonight, so that the salary schedules could go into effect tomorrow, or be entered in tomorrow. And so that the pay would come out. New pay would be given this month. And I really don't want to, I don't like that we're in this situation, period, but I really don't want to affect people's retirement. I also do wish we could have more time to flesh these out and fully kind of wrestle with things. The public has not had a lot of time with them. Thank you for all that you've done in the short amount of time. I also want to say that one of the most important decisions we made recently as a board was to hire Dr. Lewis. And I do have faith in his ability to move us forward from this spot. Clearly, we're still, feeling this wave of it's a smaller level crisis perhaps, but this lack of transparency, as people have raised, and clear information in a timely way, particularly as it affects people's pay. And so I do have faith in your ability to lead us forward from this place, because of your demonstrated success. And so that's and I appreciate you getting the resources and support. We need and needed to do that quickly at this point. What I'm trying to understand still, and I want everybody else to be able to understand, is how we place people. I'm following up on Ms. Cardotton's question, how we place people on this scale. Is there merit pay? Is their pay based on performance at this point? Because there are mins and maxes and then the midpoint, which is written down. If we adopt these scales, I heard Ms. Price in your answer that needs to be evaluated. But also we're turning in numbers, my understanding is tomorrow. So what, am I wrong about that? Let me ask about the timeline first of all, because my understanding was the salaries needed to be decided tomorrow. If we were to get in this pay period.
So the salaries we need to have these in place so we can move forward for new employees. The employees that received the Spark email June 13th saw what was 2024, 2025 plus 3%, and they're getting that. And so that doesn't change in terms of what's already been said. Because they got that with no scale, no salary schedule, what we originally were asked was create a schedule based on that. And we could not do that. So these new schedules are to allow for consistency moving forward. However, the financial commitment is already there. And I want to ensure that everyone understands that the schedule and the pay are, while they are important that they align in this moment for DPS because of where we are, they do not align, but that doesn't mean that people cannot understand that that the district is committing to do what they said that they would do. That's already been promised. The money that they said they're still going to get that. And so the placement of people on these schedules for their future is the work that we want to do systematically and individually so that we can ensure that people have growth as well. Because what we saw in terms of what we could see from previous work was because of the increases that were there based on their NC rate, their grade, they would not be able to move. And so we want to be able to work with HR and work with the individual to understand their job to say, this is where we can put you so that you can continue to get an increase based on what the board says and what the board votes on year over year. And they can see it and they'll know what that's going to look like. And so in an ideal world, the previous work would have come with a scale and a schedule, yet it didn't. And we could not duplicate that work to create that. Does that clarify?
Yes, I think it does. Let me see what my follow-ups are.
I would say with regard to the payment timeline, it typically takes 2 to 3 weeks to process the payroll. There's a lot of manual entry in it. So we had to go ahead and open up the September payroll. So in order to get the retros in, we have to manually key those in. So the weekend and the days of the week are going to be required for us to get all those hand keyed in to get those retro payments out. So we're coming up against some pretty tight timelines with actually being able to process the payment. So.
And that's an example of when I say setting a system up for success when Sierra has to go hand key in something. You know, that's a piece of it. I want to go back to something you shared. I came from a district where teachers would max out or employees would max out. That's not a good feeling for employees. And so we want to create a system where we want you to stay here for 50 years and you still can see some level of growth while also creating schedules that put us in a fiscally responsible place and that accounts for compression as well, which is really, really huge. And so, and when I say put it in a good place financially, if our maxes are above the state level maxes, we have to pull in local dollars to do that. And so it's a number of variables that come into play with really creating schedules that will allow for financial benefits for our employees, and financial benefits for the school system as well.
Ms. Harold Goff.
I just wanted to take a moment to state what I'm understanding and what I appreciate about the work that's been done in the last few days. What I'm understanding is that there is a schedule that is a living document that we have to begin to explore so that we can have one place where this new transparent system lives. And in order for us to be able to honor historically what has happened prior to this new system, that's kind of like the Band-Aid to hold things in place while we set up this new system. So it has nothing to do with what was promised from previous decisions prior to this. Our employees are going to receive what they were promised plus the 3%. And so no one should be seeing anything that's that's less than what they were already receiving. So that's the one thing. What's confusing, or what was confusing, that I'm trying to make sure I have clarity on, is that in order for us to get to that place of transparency, we have to be speaking the same language, and the system needs to be transparent enough so that all of our stakeholders can look at it and see how it's working. And it's not completely, it's what the work that's been done right now has been set up so that we can begin operating in this new transparent system to avoid all of that, to avoid some of this miscommunication and all of these things that have happened in the past. And the more accurate, or the more transparent that is, and if it's set up properly with the right numbers and if everything, and if we are educated to know how to reference it, then we can begin to do the real work of seeking fully funded public schools. So I'm feeling like, again, just, hearing all of the public comment and the emails, and understanding that if we're truly going to be speaking with stakeholders, we need to think about our meeting confer. We need to move that forward in ways like this. In thinking about, just how the transparency works, I'm seeing that, how do I say this? I like the fact that it's a living record. I would like to go ahead and move that forward and pass that so that we can begin to do this real work that we really can't do if we don't have, if we're not, if we don't clean up our systems for how we do these things. So I see this as a real move forward to getting to those better systems that we all need. And I don't want the confusion and the lack of education and the need for the transparency, the conversations that haven't been had, or any of that to get in the way of us doing this step, because this is one of the steps that's going to help us get closer to the work of what we really want, which is fully funded public schools. And I think I'll stop there.
Did you have any questions?
My question is around my understanding that this is a living document I want to, this is a living document. If we move to accept this today as a living document, my understanding is that it's, what I'm seeing is I'm seeing it set up for historical record. So we can see where it starts. Right now, you know, the things are hypothetical. If, when things don't work, we can go in and we can tweak it. Um, and so when we're making a vote today, we're not voting on something that is a stagnant, this is how it is, this is how it's going to be. We're making a vote on something that is going to be developing and helping us to improve our systems of transparency. So I just wanted to make sure that that is what, this is not a stagnant model here. This is a living document.
So yes, all of the schedules are live and will remain live. And after a vote, if the board votes to move forward, then what will happen is the work we had a moment in time before, we are now moving forward, and the work to talk to individuals to understand what will the future look like. All of that is work that has to happen along with philosophy. Even today, I've heard the discussion around mins and maxes and midpoints, and all of that is methodology. That's the word that I would use. And that is a part of the work that the board and others that they decide to bring, that you all decide to bring to tables to discuss and focus groups, et cetera, to determine what is the philosophy that Durham Public Schools wants to have when it comes to salaries, and how does HR implement that with employees, and how does finance budget it and ensure that there is a future that has a sustainable future fiscally.
And I just also wanted to acknowledge that we've also heard, and I wanted to say publicly that we do believe that everyone who has a, you know, a master's relevant to their educational field should receive master's pay. We do believe that. We have to have a transparent system and show how we're working to do that. And it's not just, that's something that doesn't just lie with the Board of Education. That's something that we have to work with each other to make sure can happen.
Thank you so much. I have a few clarifying questions while we're still having these conversations. I am appreciative, Ms. Price, of your work, Dr. Lassane, Ms. Ojija. I appreciate the effort you've put into this work, especially at the 11th hour. I'm disappointed that we again find ourselves at the 11th hour. I think my first question is around master's pay, because we're talking about all the schedules right now, right? How many people are we thinking about in terms of relevant master's pay experience and of the funds allotted from the county commission for master's pay? How much of that is going to be exhausted and invested in those folks?
I have had so much in my mind since then. I'm gonna have to go back and pull my number. I had that information last week, so I just need a minute to pull that back up.
I think she was
But-
asking how many were asked from the county? It was around the 200 number. Is that what you were asking?
Both, how much did we ask the county to fund for the supplement? And how many people are actually applying for that master's supplement?
Right. I am going to pull the number, but the amount is 2 million.
The initial budget ask was $1.2 million, and it was to cover 200 employees. That is what we submitted to the county, and that was based on the estimate that we received from HR in December.
I am sorry, it is 1.2 million, yes. But the actual number I'm going to pull, because our actual number is based on our evaluation to date. Keep in mind, this is fluid information, but is slightly less than that 200 number. I will have that number for you in just a minute.
Thank you. So Mr. G, no, that was Dr. Lassane that spoke to the $2 million.
I've transposed numbers. It is 1.2 and I've verified that in my document, 1.2 million.
Okay. Um, I'm trying to think of what I can ask. That's not a question for Dr. Lassane while she's looking. Okay. So my follow-up question would be, the board's intent when we requested master supplement might not exactly be clearly executed in the current budget that we have. Can you speak to some of those restrictions, how we landed there, and what we can do going forward? If not this, whether or not we can do something going forward this year, and if we can't do something this year, what do you need from the board in order to get us the necessary information so that we can fully assess our request?
Okay. So I want to go back and speak to the numbers just to give you an idea of where we are and how we need to think about processing around master's pay. Since the board meeting, just the clarity pieces from our board meeting last week, I set up a meeting with my team and DPI licensure just to talk some about master's pay and execution at the state level. And so one of the things that I would like to share, as I'm still going to answer your numbers question and all of that, is it is truly advisable that we align to DPI processes. And part of what you're hearing, even from some of the individuals in here today, is very legitimate concerns, even when you're looking at master's pay processing at the state level. And so I did share in an email with some of you some consideration when we're talking about relevancy. Relevancy to be approved as you can outside of the 2013 provision. I'm talking about just for master's pay, period. You actually have two levels, just to be explicitly clear, of relevancy. One, we talked a lot last week about relevancy for the subject matter. So if your master's is, for example, in religious studies and you're teaching math, you know, the payment on a master's degree is not going to be deemed relevant there. But there's another piece that's related to what is already on your license. So you heard me reference even last week and in our meeting and just going through some specific examples that were presented to us by employees, it is imperative that if we are going to be aligned, that is administration's recommendation is that it actually goes through the DPI process. But that relevancy is not only about that subject matter, it is also what is on the license. And so say, for example, if someone is a math teacher and they have math on their license and their master's is in science education, let me just use that as an example, the state would not pay on that. And so even for many of our employees who have a master's that meet that 2013 provision, there are circumstances under which, based on that graduate pay provisions, the state would not pay. And so I do think we have a crucial, while it is administration's recommendation that we follow DPI guidelines, it would be a district, a board decision to operate in a wider scope than that to address some of the complications that you will find with awarding graduate pay from the state example. And so the total number of employees that we identified actually with a master's before going through the relevancy piece is actually 237. Okay. Once we address the relevancy piece based on the submissions that we have and the classroom teacher context, this is not expanded to cover all of those other areas. You are looking at, to the best of our assessment, you're looking at about 189.
Thank you. When do you expect to share that with finance so that they can implement those pay increases?
So we have outreach to the difference in that 189 and the 237. We want to be able to ask those employees some additional questions. But other than that, the other individuals have already, they are cleared for master's pay. And so what we would hope to be able to do is just a list that we would be able to share based on the information we have right here. That list has already been shared, but we just need the clarity of who has cleared.
Okay.
Just for clarification, will that be staff action forms or?
I think that that's a functional piece that we can collaborate on outside of the board meeting.
Okay. Can you share DPI guidelines for the other positions for relevant master's pay?
Are you asking me to share that in writing or in this meeting?
In this meeting.
That to share guidelines for every other area would be extensive, and I would have to go and pull those. When I talk about licensure being an individualized piece, I would literally have to go for each of those areas and be able to pull that information for you.
That's helpful. So in March, when we started mentioning that we wanted master's pay, should we have brought those questions to you at that time? Or should we have expected an understanding from administration as to which designated job categories are eligible for master's pay?
So with the expansion beyond classroom teacher, what the actual language from that meeting centered on classroom teacher. And that's a very different lens than looking at some of the other areas. I can give you some basic examples, but to ensure 100% accuracy for everything, it is a literal detailed look at individuals when you're looking at graduate pay approval. But even for some of the individuals that, like social workers, there is a way for social workers to still get paid on their masters from the state. But there are nuances to where that program is, it depends on the school. It depends on what's on the license. It depends on numerous factors. And so to project just general information, I think that would actually lead to more confusion from individuals, is what I'm saying. And the work that was done by administration was based on that explicit language, even though now we've had other discussions of classroom-based teachers.
That's helpful. I appreciate that. Thank you for sharing. I do realize and recognize that as a board, we have to work better to bring consensus and clear and specific direction for administration to follow. We will work harder towards that goal. You may see my colleagues and I making motions that are more nuanced and more specialized so that we make sure that we're giving clear direction to administration about expectations. And I guess this is an opportunity to apologize to all of our employees that have been working with a master's, not getting that master's pay. Our intent was not realized here and in this budget, and it has had an impact on the morale within the district. And we are apologetic for that, but we look forward to getting this information so that we can advocate for better funding for the relevant master's pay in those situations. My one last question, Ms. Price, can you share with us when you learned about the local supplements for certified staff? That was expected to be included in the schedules and why it wasn't included in the schedules previously?
Yes, so our focus was on classified for most of the work. And once classified schedules were posted and the feedback was where, we had worked previously the first 3 days on getting a model together related to DPI and that's what was seen. And so when the angst, and again, I do apologize for that. That was never the intent, and I do understand the impact of that. We then said, okay, what is the supplement? And let's add it in. And one of the actions tonight for the board is around, is there going to be an increase related to, and that is what's on the footer of the salary schedules, because the information we received was that there's a proposed $80 per month supplement increase. However, the board has to vote on that, and then we can add that to the model. And so as soon as we found out, for those that are listening, for those that were online, and I saw some of you as we were working last night, we took those down, we made the corrections, got the information, added it to the schedules, and then reposted them.
Thank you. That's helpful. And SLPs are certified, yes?
Yes.
And they're expected to get that supplement. Have they previously received the supplement, Dr. Lassane?
You mean the local
The
supplement?
local supplement?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Colleagues, Mr. Tab, and then I'll come back to Ms. Byer.
Thank you. Just for clarification, Dr. Lassane, who determines the relevancy of master pay? Is that DPI, or does Durham Public Schools and its HR have any discretion of master's pay?
That is determined if you're submitting for the state to pay by NCDPI. Our licensure analysts review before submission based on the rules from DPI, but DPI could approve or they could deny. In the case of denials, there is also an appeal process that an individual may go and appeal the ruling of DPI. There is a process for that.
And at any point, does DPS advocate on behalf of any employees for master's pay?
All the time. As a matter of fact, in this review, in our meeting with DPI, I think this is very important. I took the example of one of our folks that is in, one of our employees who is in a category that is not a classroom-based teacher. And that scenario had some nuances to it, and we actually shared with DPI that example, trying to see, is there a way in the interpretation of policy that this could be covered? And so there are many instances where we are advocating on behalf of employees when we feel that a rule doesn't feel fair to us. And we want to try to see if there's a way that we could get that individual master's pay.
Yeah, thank you. And so please keep that in mind for people who move from classroom or other positions and become interventionists or, decide to be specialists. We want to make sure that we advocate to make sure that that master's pay continues for them. Thank you.
Ms. Byer, then Ms. Chavez.
So, thank you all. Part of the deja vu that is in that I'm wrestling with is last year's model that we were assured that we had funds when we took a rushed vote. We didn't. And that's what led to the horrible MLK weekend of letters that staff received. So I guess my question is, what does our model show about our annual projection for staff salaries, our ability to maintain those? And is there a way we can demonstrate to folks today that helped advocate to the county commissioners for the $8 million, which is really, some of it is FICA and some of it's, other set asides, but it's 6, right? Yeah, 6.5 for classified staff. And so Gijo, I don't know if that's you. I don't know. What models have you run, triple checked to give us all the assurance that both the emails that folks have received, which I believe is 1,300 people from what y'all said earlier that will stay there, unless I misunderstood that. And then the folks that have come since and will be on these new schedules. What's the financial impact? How can we rebuild trust with folks that feel like we're not putting every cent we received into our employees? Is there anything you can tell us, show us that helps us move forward with that?
There is some outstanding work to be done with position control and staffing allotments that I'm, working diligently with my colleague in HR to work out. And as we work toward finalizing the budget resolution, we'll be able to model that out dollar for dollar to show. The models that we've run currently are more of an apples to apples comparison, just looking at a particular group of employees. We pulled out the classified employees and compared the salaries there. As far as overall affordability, that will be more definitively decided as we finalize the actual budget resolution and bring that to you. And that's after that position control and staffing allotment work has been completed. There's currently a reconciliation that Dr. King and Dr. Lassane are working with the schools to shore up the enrollment numbers and the allotments that they have. And I just think we'd be better positioned to tell you about, to really give you an adequate picture of the staff once that work's been completed.
Okay, so upcoming.
Dr. Lassane, when the reconciliation, what are your dates on that?
The reconciliation does not stop the budget planning, but as we have said before, based on our allotment, which actually looks very favorable now, we're over our threshold of ADM. And Dr. King and I have been working together, and notices have gone out to schools, and those schools that may be under ADM and we have to shift employees, that work is occurring next week.
Once we have a better picture of what vacancies are truly in the schools and what our staffing needs truly are, then finance can cost out those staffing needs and give you an adequate picture of what the budget looks like.
Okay, I'm gonna follow up. Have we ran a model of what payroll looks like if we implement these salary schedules?
For the staff that were identified in the salary projection tool, yes.
Can you share with us what that is, if it's on target to keep us on budget?
Yes, the model that is run with that cohort of employees, it is on pathway, but that is isolated to comparing the salaries. That's not taking into consideration other things in the budget that may affect the budget overall.
I'm just interested in the personnel budget right now.
There are some over allotments, and the shifting of the way we fund certain employees, such as the ones that are unlicensed that have been shifted to Fund 2, has kind of skewed what our previous models were. So until the reconciliation occurs and we know where every staff member falls, it's difficult for me to tell you that this is how much we're expending in Fund 2, because that amount could change.
If we overspend in September, are y'all coming back to us in October and asking us to change people's pay?
No. Well,
If we overspend in September,
So as I talked about earlier, one of the key findings around the confusion, and one of the things that to ensure that what we've modeled, we can look for, and one of the things that we discussed was we will not be, we can for sure say to current employees, you're going to keep your pay. And as the budget is in question, as there's lots of work around salary, position controls and vacancies, et cetera, there will be conversations around how do we balance the budget? If there are vacancies, can we fill them? Should we hold off? Other strategies that can be implemented. And so as I'm listening, that would be the recommendation, is to know that what we've modeled, we can afford, and we won't have to come back to the board to say we're going to reduce salaries. And that doesn't mean the total budget we might not have to make adjustments to, but we can do that in other ways. There's lots of ways to ensure that salaries stay current, and there are other things that we do with vacancies, attrition, et cetera, to balance the budget.
Ms. Chavez and Ms. Carter-Otten.
Okay, I will just add on to this. Were you gonna say something else? Okay, I wanted to add on to this piece of the conversation just to say, I too am interested to see the numbers as soon as possible. Thank you for working through that. Also, it's very important that we just heard what we've modeled we can afford. I want to say that I also, I just want to say I apologize on behalf of our district also for the crisis around, or the mini crisis, but around the SLPs and speech therapists, psychologists, ideologists, pay being off. Part of that is, I'm glad, thank you, we fixed that, but I'm sorry for the experience that people had this week around that. I also wanted to speak to master's pay. So I want to express that the board needs information to make educated decisions. We would have benefited from having context about what all positions are included in teachers and instructional staff and social workers. I empathize with people in the position of not being included in classroom teachers. And I want to say I just completed my own MSW degree, and it's a lot of work. So, and we are thankful for the social workers and all that you do for for our students. I guess I want to make a motion around that because I would like to move that we ask administration to model out master's pay for other workers on the teachers and instructional, on the certified scales, who are not classroom teachers with who have students in Power School. And that we have that modeled out so we can see what we're looking at, what that would cost us, how many individuals we're talking about. It was our intention to be inclusive, and I regret that we did not calculate fully what it would cost to include all those individuals in our budget.
I'd like to second that motion.
Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot it.
It's been moved by Ms. Chavez, seconded by Ms. Carter-Otten to ask administration to model out master's pay for certified educators that are paid on the teacher scale. Is there any further discussion?
my discussion would be, um, I will support the motion, but I also want to be very cognizant that this was requested in a line item amount this year. And, you heard the uncertainty of our entire budget in the last question that I posed. And so the modeling may be for future for future budget asks. It may not be this year. And I just don't like giving anything that we do from this dais that gives people false hope about that. So while I'll support the motion, I don't know that I don't want to give the false impression that it might be budgetable this year.
This
That's
is
my,
abs-
it's my discussion. I just was having some discussion, Ms. Rogers. Thank you.
I was going to respond to your discussion, Ms. Byer. This is absolutely a request to be modeled for our advocacy for next year's budget. It is not to give false hope for this year or to change the budget for master's pay this year. Any further discussion?
I just wanted to state that in this, as Chair Rogers said earlier, we are trying to be intentional about taking specific actions and providing clear direction to administration. And this is one step in that direction. In the past, we've asked for things that were kind of like this and not demonstrated consensus on that. And that's why I think Ms. Chavez suggested this. And so I think to see how many staff are in each qualifying category and what that would cost us is what we need in order to think about this decision moving forward in a thoughtful way.
Any further discussion? Ms. Harold Goff.
I would just, as someone who's new to these kinds of budgets and how to understand them, I'm curious about how all of this would play out in the course of like how budgets move forward for the following year, like how soon we would, is this a part of something that we can clean up as we're thinking about this motion in a system of having certain information prior to budget discussions?
That's an excellent question, Ms. Harold Goff. Generally, we start collecting information about what we're looking for in a new budget, start having discussions November, December, so that the superintendent can engage with the county manager and board members can start engaging with county commissioners around what our advocacy will be. We can have conversations with stakeholders, constituents about the needs that we're seeing come up in school buildings and across the district and other departments, and use that information to make the best decision. And then come March and April, the superintendent can put together a informed budget request and present that to the board. We will approve it or make changes to it and approve it, and then take it across the street to make that request to the county commission, adopt it as the board's budget.
So is this motion that Ms. Chavez has put forward, is that an additional piece of information? Is there a list of all the different things we need to consider prior to, is there something like that exists? Is this something that's being added to of, things asked for the staff that we would need to receive prior to November? Is that what I'm understanding? Okay, and I'm just curious as to what other things that would be impactful, in the budget. What other things do we need to be aware of so that we can have it prior to these budget discussions happening in November? That's all, but I do support this motion.
We will continue to have those discussions. Oh, Dr. Lewis wants
Yes,
to say
thank you so
something.
much. I just want to get clarity on, I heard all teachers with masters, or is there other categories you want us to bring back? And when we look at bringing that back and modeling that out, do you want us to follow the state's model? For example, in the past, you've heard us say in this room, relevant masters, those that have a master's in, you're teaching math and you have a master's in math. State model is you spend 50% of your time teaching the subject you got the masters in. So I just want to be crystal clear on the ask in terms of employee levels you want us to bring back, and if you want us to follow the state's model.
And if I can add,
Oh.
we may want to define what we mean by teachers in this context, because as we know, there are a number of other folks in our district who consider themselves teachers and are paid on the teacher scale. That we would just want to be very clear about. I mean, are we including instructional coaches? Are we including other instructional support staff? I just want to make sure we are fully aware of
Can't,
everybody who might be included in this category.
Yes. And
I can assist with that definition if you would like.
we would like to know everybody, PTs, OTs, everybody that has a master's degree that could get paid for their relevant master's degree, and break it down in job categories so we can cost it out for what we want and decide specifically what we're asking for.
So classified or certified scale, that would be individuals paid on the classified scale. I just want to be aware of this.
Yes, everybody, classified
Okay.
and certified, everybody.
And at risk
In
of,
job categories. I'm not saying we're gonna get it all. I'm not saying we're gonna ask for it all,
yeah,
but we want to see the numbers.
you used the word relevant just a minute ago. I just want to make sure you don't actually want us to think about it in terms of relevancy as the state defines it. You mean everybody who has a master's degree.
That's relevant. I'm sorry?
Right. So again, when you say that's relevant, that triggers a definition. And what I'm asking is,
Okay, I want everybody. We want everybody.
there you go.
We want everybody, and then we want a definition of relevant.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tab?
So that was one of the reasons I brought up the question that I brought up about who decides. Because when we started, I was in the building, and I can tell you, everybody that has a master's degree in that building is relevant. And they're gonna think that everybody is. So I think we need to be just very clear on what this board wants in terms of what is relevant and who is deciding whether or not is relevant. And I want, as a former teacher, I would want everybody in that building to be paid if they have a master's degree to pay it, but the state does not say that. So we got to decide as a board, do we go outside of the state requirement and decide, are we going to spend that kind of budget and money to take care of everyone? Now, I'll be for it, but if we don't have the money, we can't do it. But I definitely would be for it. But I just want to make sure that we are very clear on that, because being in that building, I know how we felt. So that's
Absolutely.
that's it.
Absolutely. And knowing we may not have the money, we just need the information to make the decisions. And without it, we are flying by the seat of our pants, and we don't want to do that anymore. Ms. Chavez?
Thank you for the clarifying questions. I appreciate that, because we want that. And we would like the context of who does DPI pay for, who do they not, all of that. So I just wanted to add that to asterisks or whatever, just to show us like the full context. Okay, that's it. So all of that I think is part of the motion.
I appreciate this discussion. It, to me, shows us why I actually think that our administrators should lead these budget discussions and bring it from their informed role to this board, not us actually hand-picking some employees over others. So I look forward to when it comes, also coming with a recommendation from Dr. Lewis and his team about what they think we should do with that information, knowing that we want it all in Durham, right? We want it all on behalf of every single employee. It's not coming from the state. And we are torn with maximizing the impact on students with limited local resources. And we want it all on y'all's behalf and on our students' behalf. So I look forward to when it coming with informed expertise from our administrators. Thank you.
Ms. Carter Otten.
I appreciate that, Ms. Byer. I agree. And I look forward to when we have a meet and confer policy and we can have the informed opinion and perspectives and experiences of our staff to also help inform our budget asks and all the decisions that we're making.
Is there any further discussion? Okay. Mm-hmm. Yep. Motion from Ms. Chavez, seconded by Ms. Carter Otten to ask administration to model out master's pay for both certified and classified employees. And come with definitions. All employees. Yeah. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. It carries 6-0. Colleagues, we still have to make a decision about the schedule tonight. Ms. Chavez and Ms. Carter Otten.
Okay. Thank you. I'm still trying to understand. And all right, so someone starts next week. How is it determined? How will it be determined? How will it be determined where someone is placed next week on the scales? Or maybe,
So I will give voice to that. If you're, and my assumption, let me check my assumption first, is that you're talking about the classified salary schedules.
yes.
Where you have mins and maxes.
Yeah.
Let's get a clear point that the mins and maxes was designed to address the concept that, the board had worked its way through with some of the prior work. Instead of that min and max being for an entire scale, that was in the methodology that was assigned at every step. What we would look to do, just making sure that we are covered for our new employees coming on, is if you go to that column and you just think of that midpoint column as the step, you're aligned, it meets the science and all of that. And so if you come in, you're assigned at step 5, then that midpoint column, you could really actually redesign the scale where that is the first column, and that would be more aligned with what our employees are used to seeing. The mins and maxes still assist with, as you're looking for year to year and trying to adjust where that point could be set, you just want to make sure that that methodology is followed down through the entire scale.
If I may also, I do want to give voice to our salary administration working group, and it is cross-departmental, cross-position, and they're a very hardworking group. And so we've kind of been waiting for our teachers that are on the group to get back from summer. So we kind of took a small hiatus. We're going to be back meeting starting next week and just continuing that work. But kind of the conversations that we've had in the last week and what we've learned from Erie success is also going to inform that work. And so I think to some extent, I would say, I agree with what Dr. Lassane is saying to some extent, but I do want to give allow that working group to inform kind of what the process looks like for placing people on that scale. So it's kind of still just really focusing and moving towards more transparency, more equity, more accountability for how we place people when they are hired in Durham Public Schools, and having that be informed by that diverse group, right, of different voices and different lenses, to make sure that it's not just, what me or Dr. Lassane may look and think. So that's kind of what I would say at this point. And just, I know it's taken us a little while on that policy, but we want to get it right and we're putting the work in. So the short answer to me would be that as we work through the salary administration policy and get that guidance and make sure that we put in place the different objective steps that also allow for equitable subjectivity and placement, so that when people come in, it's done in an appropriate way that aligns with that policy after the board adopts it. So, but obviously the policy is not adopted, but we do have 7501, which kind of sets out those broad guidelines. And so it would be expected that staff and the HR department would follow those broad guidelines that the board has issued regarding salary administration.
So this group will determine the criteria for placement. Is that correct?
What the group will determine is a recommendation to this group.
Sure.
On what.
Okay, yes.
So, yes, correct.
Okay. And then, let's see here. So in the meantime, we are using the midpoint. Is that correct?
That is correct, because we have new employees every day
Okay.
Yeah.
So
after approval.
after approval, then then anybody who starts between now and when we approve the salary administration working group's policy recommendation would be placed at the midpoint.
I think that all those decisions are based on budget as well. So, I mean, one of the reasons we have the mins and maxes is to make sure that we can support that salary, right, and encumber it. And so I think it would obviously, that goes with different positions. So depending on what the grade is, what that midpoint is, and what has been allotted for that position budgetarily. So I think that it would be, I don't know that I would be comfortable saying to the board, and maybe Dr. Lassane is, but I would not be comfortable saying to the board definitively where any particular person would be placed without looking at the scale and the position and that person's experience.
So, and to that point, let me take what I'm speaking to, Ms. Chavez, is the notion of having this point, we have to get there, but it does. Dr. Giovanni is correct, and thank you for that. It does have to be vetted against the budget first, what that actual dollar amount would be.
So I'm just still trying to get a grasp on what someone can expect. If they are a new employee, what they can expect. Because I don't know what the criteria are at this moment. And so that's what I'm trying to understand. And also I guess I'm wondering why we might not have that budgeted out if we know how many vacancies and that kind of thing. So
The current piece that we use as a qualifier upon hiring someone on that classified scale are their verified years of experience. That is the one factor that determines your placement on the scale.
but right now that is only one axis. Axis. And the other is this min-max thing. So that's what I still can't wrap my head around. Please help me to understand. That's what I do not want to pass something that I don't understand.
Correct.
And so what are we saying? What would be the criteria for placing someone on between mins and maxes? I understand the years of, we know verified years of experience. We want to continue to honor that. We need to know. I feel that we need to know, how we're placing people.
Can I take a moment? While Chair Rogers has stepped out, I wanted to see if finance staff wanted to speak to this, could answer these questions. And also, I think relatedly, help us and the community understand what the timeline will look like for when we will be able to make the decisions that are needed for the next steps of all of this.
Finance has been working with HR to solidify our data set. I mean, it is no secret that our system is antiquated. We simply just don't have the data set to give you good numbers. Going through, trying to decide from the payroll assignments document, what's current, what's relevant, which assignment to cost out. I mean, that's something I've been working with Dr. Lassane with for some months now, and waiting. So when that is received, finance can give you good numbers on these are the employees that work here at these sites. These are the vacancies that we have. We can use the midpoint to cost it out. But with that staffing allotment piece and the position control piece in flux, it's hard for finance to give you definitive data when we don't know who we're costing.
I would like to clarify that HR has shared the document. The most recent document includes our current payroll at 5,118 employees. I think we also frequently share vacancy as well as other information that is requested. We should have enough information to be able to provide the additional projections that are being requested by the board.
Thank you. Board members?
So I'm sorry, I had
Sorry,
the
Ms. Black.
same question that Ms. Chavez did, and I still have it. Do you still have it, Ms. Chavez? Like,
Yes.
okay. So is there anyone that can like walk us through why there's a difference of a person with 5 years of experience on the scale? There's a min and a max. How are you all going to place people fairly equitably on a scale?
Last week, when I was speaking with the board and we talked about mins and maxes, what I heard and what my team heard was that mins and maxes is what the board wanted. And I talked about bias. I use that word bias because it is in there, which is why as we modeled these schedules, we put a midpoint in place so there would be transparency in what a min and max provides. And as a board tonight, as you're looking at the schedules and as you're advising as what we can do, there are different levers around how these salary schedules can be implemented if you choose to. As I'm listening now, the understanding of what a min and a max is now becoming clear to everyone that's on the board right now. And it is the understanding that without these policies and procedures in place, the ask that was provided to model these salary schedules off of was unclear as to what that would do. So if the board is now wondering what do mins and maxes do and how do we make those decisions, and we need policies and procedures in place, the schedules are set up so that if the board decides we want to go closer to a minimum, we want to go at a midpoint, we want Roshana, we want Erie Success to design it and take out the difference and do a multiplier of, we can do that. The reason I'm speaking so frankly is because the clarity around the ask around model for mins and maxes and the implications of that is important. And again, previous work was the recommendation was mins and maxes only with no steps, which would create even more challenges, which is why we built it in with steps. And so as a board tonight, and if necessary, we can model it that if there's uncertainty around the implementation and time that is being recommended as well isn't there, then this doesn't have to be an all or nothing. It can be the beginning of what we can do moving forward. And so if there's uncertainty around mins and maxes, then you could say, can you take the mins and maxes out and give us a midpoint only, or give us a percentage above the minimum to get us closer, and we can start there. And I just want to create that clarity because as someone, again, new, I've listened to the requests go back and forth without the understanding of what you're asking and what the implications are in terms of implementation. And those are all very different things.
Well, and you've got mins and maxes in these bands, I mean, in your tables, but we also have talked about state mins and maxes.
And those are, yeah. So the
And-
state only gives a min and max with
Right.
no steps. And
Right.
so all of that is a part of the word that Dr. Lewis is going to get tired of me saying, methodology. And the methodology then goes to policy and procedure and implementation. And that is across both functions. And so we won't be able to solve this problem that has existed tonight. However, we can provide a starting place. And if the board is if the board is uncertain around what mins and maxes are and how to really implement them, then the guidance could be, we would like to implement the salary schedules without them and give us a set point or that percentage. That's why the number is there. And we can do that.
Ms. Harold Goff.
I understood the mins and maxes last week to be something that was there to give us the flexibility to
Yeah.
finish the process with the system.
Mhm.
And would feel uncomfortable, like knowing what that number is currently to say this is the midpoint and have it like that. It is not ideal. It could cause some equitable issues to have that available. But right now what it does is it gives us the opportunity to finish the process, and still be able to implement a salary schedule and be able to not risk whatever impacts it would have on our, retired employees. This is a living document. That is my understanding. That's why I keep asking that question. I feel like we need to start a process for a new system with something to work with. And I don't think that we should delay pushing something that is a transparent document that everyone can see that we are working on. And so I would like to make a motion for us to go ahead and approve the salary schedule that we have so that we can continue working on this new transparent system. Because if we don't, we're still working with something that is not transparent. We're still working, and we're in the same place. These questions are all valid questions. There's a lot of holes, a lot of things to work with. But what I like about it is that it is an open document. It is something that can be seen, that the public can see that we're working on. It's something that we can receive more feedback on. It's a historical document, so it's showing here moving forward. It's gonna be that kind of gives that kind of flexibility, and it makes us vulnerable. It's gonna put us on the spot to really do the work. So I would like to make the motion to move forward and approve the work that has been done so that we can have something to work with.
A second.
It's been moved by Ms. Harold Goff, seconded by Ms. Carter Oden to approve the salary schedule presented tonight so that we can move forward with vulnerability and accountability. Is there any discussion? Ms. Chavez, Mr. Tab, Ms. Carter, we're just gonna go down the line.
Is this motion then to approve the schedules with the mins and maxes? That's what you're saying, or not with the midpoint as the starting point? Because I think what I heard was we could choose that potentially as the part of the salary schedule.
My understanding was that my understanding of the mins and maxes is that it gives us flexibility to really examine, it gives us wiggle room to be able to get to that place of this is what it is. If we take it out and we're starting with that, then I guess we could still have that discussion, but I don't find any conflict right now with where we are in the process with the mins and maxes.
Okay.
Of course, there's no like clarity, like the questions that we're asking, like, okay, so when somebody comes in and what does that mean? Where do they start? You know, that's a valid question. I would like to explore that question with this living open document.
I guess my question would just be, when would we know what the actual scale is? Because I'm open to a process, and you've proposed, Ms. Price, a process that would, which I liked, over, the next couple of years to really fine tune all of this, and get input and all of that. I still have the same question about next week. Someone comes in, they have 5 years of verified experience. Where do they land? How do we know it's equitable? In the next 2 weeks, how many people are we going to hire? I don't know. But how do I know that, one person isn't hired with 5 years of experience at 18.49, 18.49 an hour, and the other person is hired at 22.25 an hour? How do I know? I mean, I just I don't know. So it feels too loose I don't understand it right now. Okay.
To answer your question, we said we would be honest and vulnerable to get us to where we need to be. And I did hear in public comment that that was what was needed. The truth is you don't know, and you've never known, except for the schedules and the information that was provided previously was behind a curtain. And so because it was behind a curtain before, it wasn't scrutinized. And now that it is public and it is seen, it is being asked for now, when the truth is that you've had it before. And this gives us an opportunity to create policies, practices, and implementation to take that bias out, but it will take time. So to answer your question, how will you know if there's bias? There's been bias, and the reason we are creating transparency is so that the decisions as to how this is happening moving forward can be in policy and practice, and accountability is there.
I mean, what I'm wondering, is it possible to pass these with a more concrete number, but leave it open, so that you all can still do your process all for that, and then we have a more concrete, more, based on your work, we have a different scale in a few months.
That's a question for the board to decide.
Yep.
Ms. Carter-Atten.
Sorry, just to follow up on that, to clarify, it's my understanding that this is step 1. Feels like step 500. This is step 1. We have to do this. We would be approving the ranges, right? The mins and the maxes. The midpoint's just the middle point. We are not deciding tonight where people are placed. And yes, that it feels uncertain for tomorrow and the next day. But then this board together is going to take the next step with guidance from our experts here in the room to decide how we place people on these schedules. Not just one time, but what our system is, and that's going to be in policy and in procedures. And so I guess my question is, when can that happen? What's the soonest that could happen based on our meeting schedule and what you all need and the constraints that are in place, so that we can know how long we'll be living in this, like, what feels like a limbo period?
Vice Chair Carter, just a quick question. How soon can the policy be brought, or how soon can Area Success start modeling some other things, which, just to clarify?
I think I need to know both, based on what Area Success can tell us, and Ms. Ojijo and Dr. Lassane can tell us on what they need in order to be able to place people. So it sounds like we already approved one policy, which is the overarching, what do we call it? Guidelines, vision. And then we need to approve the next level of policy and a set of procedures to go alongside that. Is that correct?
Mr. Tab wants to talk, but colleagues, I'd like to offer some information. He has something he wants to say. But I want to ask, as we want the policy to be data informed, right? I hate to put her on the spot again. Dr. Lassane, can you tell us on average how many people we would hire between now, on average, how many people would be hired between now and say January?
We are actually on the back end of the extremely busy season. And typically around this time of year, on the approval report, you're probably looking, typically we have anywhere from 30 to 40 people when we level out on a personnel report. So I would project out from there. And if you have two,
Okay,
I would have to look at some data to definitely say, but you could be talking about a couple of hundred people, because remember, you have people leave and new people coming in.
okay. So then I guess my question would be, can we take the data of the people who have been hired over the last 3 months and put them where they would be on the schedule if the schedule had been approved, so that we can use that information to inform where people, how we create the policy, right? Look at that data. Yet plot them.
Yes, that's exactly what I was
Yes.
saying. Can we plot them? That's what you're asking.
Yes,
Mhm.
so that we can use that information to inform where they go. But knowing that we have to approve the schedules in order to plot them so that it can inform. So you pick your period of time, just plot them, put them on the schedule, bring that to us so we can understand how the indicators in that plot inform the policy.
And board members, at risk of interjection, the board could also direct that all staff members who are hired between now and the time at which this process is created would be hired at the midpoint. And after the process was created, we could then go back and make sure that those people are placed appropriately based on the procedure that we create. That would provide the board with an opportunity to ensure a minimum level of equity at the start of the process, and allow us time to develop the process that we'll need to have in place in order to appropriately place incoming staff. Or you could suggest the bottom point or the high point, but I would suggest the midpoint.
I think board members, I would just I appreciate what Dr. King is saying. I would like to have Ms. Price, she's working with us, and as we, this was kind of a starting point just to make sure that we are finishing this process or completing this process with authenticity. And I'm sure that there may be some other kind of tweaks that need to be done with her expertise. So I would request maybe that the board maybe allow us to work with her, because she's got a lot of experience kind of with the mins and maxes and that placement, to assist administration with those conversations around placement. And so kind of with Dr. Lewis's permission, just to kind of keep working with her to make sure that as we wait for the policy and the data, et cetera, that Erie Success kind of assist us with making sure that what process we are using to place people is equitable. So that would be my kind of feedback.
Mr. Tab, Ms. Chavez, Ms. Byer, I'm sorry, Ms. Harrelgoff.
Thank you. With this motion, I'm torn. Part of it works for me and another part does not. I'm not clear if we're making a motion to move forward with uncertainty. And we have to take out the uncertainty for employees. So saying that we're gonna still be vulnerable, I don't particularly like that as a school district, that we're continuing to put out there that we're vulnerable and that we still gonna be working on things and working on it and people are not clear on what's gonna happen. I want clear direction of exactly what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, and it's very transparent. So it's some easiness for me. And those are my reasons. But I like the fact that we're trying to move forward, but I don't like the fact that we're not clear totally on still being uneasy about what's happened in the next week or the week. And I think, Dr. Giovanni, you said something about a team meeting coming up soon. You know, maybe we can institute that in it and give a timeline on when some things will happen so that people know exactly what's supposed to occur.
Absolutely, Mr. Tab, I will, when I go back, I'll make sure I understand that. But, what I would say, I think when we were doing this, Mrs. Price had shared that, and I think she's talking to Mr. Malone right now, but I just want to make sure that she, Ms. Price had shared that based on kind of the practice is the expectation really is to kind of start more towards the minimum on these, but what that gives you that space over, like, let's say you get somebody and you hire them, and correct me if I'm wrong, because she's the expert, I'm just parroting what she said. But that kind of gives you that space in a year when you have someone who comes in and just is awesome. And that way they don't just kind of sit there maybe for a year. Like, there's that merit piece that I think she had mentioned before. So kind of it is kind of the practice that you start towards the minimum when you're hiring people, and then they don't have to wait for another step or to maybe get to another grade. They can come in and, like, they get there and they just give it their all and they're really just amazing. You could then, because it's in that min and max and you've budgeted it to the midpoint, because that's how we budget it, they could then maybe move to that midpoint. And so there is some incentive for folks. So Ms. Price, please expound on that.
So in looking at the budget and what we know now and what we still need to know, the recommendation to start at a minimum allows the district to be fiscally responsible right now, knowing that we can continue to move forward. However, if the board directed for a midpoint, we could do that, which is why we wanted all of the math to be there. When I started this work, I said to Dr. Lewis, I actually don't recommend mins and maxes. That was my first statement when I got here. And then the directive was the board wanted to see mins and maxes. And so that's why we modeled mins and maxes, because that's what was talked about last week. And so that's why I'm saying to the board, the discussion around what the methodology will be and what the implementation is a part of the decisions that the board has to make. And I'm getting here and want to ensure that you understand when you're asking for something, that you understand what that means. And so the uncertainty, Mr. Tab, that you have is the uncertainty as an expert that I came to the district with, understanding that what was previously recommended and what the guideline of what to build was based on and what the directions were that we followed was not the recommendation that I gave to Dr. Lewis when I first met him. And so I want to be clear about that, because what we do now and what we do next are a part of our path forward in the decisions that create that consistency. And so it is, it's disheartening, I know, for those that are listening to go, why are we having this conversation and why didn't I know this? And the truth is because I wasn't here. But now that I'm here, I'm going to tell you and be honest and transparent with you around the things that you're asking for and the implications of them. I think about them as levers. If you're asking as an expert for me to pull these levers, it's my responsibility, it's my duty, it's who I am and who my team is to tell you, when you do this, this is the implication of that. And that's the work that we've been doing over the last 15 days, is to get clear on, when we do this, that coin, what's the implications of that and to whom? And that's the only reason I said yes to this job, because every other consultant would say no, and people did say no. And I said yes because we have to get there. So if there's something you want us to do different tonight, we can do it. If there's something you want us to do different next, we can.
Maybe I agree with what Ms. Board Member Chavez said. So is there an amendment maybe to what you were saying to the motion that we can get us to where we need to be?
That's,
Do we have to make it?
I did want to make an amendment to the motion. I had a question first, and my question is, what I heard a recommendation that starting at the men, making the men the line would be more fiscally responsible
Based on what we know right now, because
Based-
there's still variables.
based
Yeah.
on what we know right now. If we started at the mid, there is the potential that then we could say this and then have to go down.
You could, or what I like to think about it the other way. So if you start at the minimum, and then like so many other school districts do as they prepare for the end of a year, you have the opportunity to then, if you decide and you have budget, you could then do something else in local. Or you could do a supplement or other things. And I know that there are benchmark districts that DPS likes to talk about, and their salary schedules are posted and all of that. However, you don't know all the math, and then you also don't know implementation. And those things are very different. And so the understanding that, yes, we want to do it all, and we want it all for DPS. However, we can't do it all right now, but we can certainly set ourselves up to get that all in increments in the future.
So based on that hearing discussion, I would like to amend my motion that we approve the salary schedule, starting at with the men and remove the
You could
min
remove the min and max
remove the
and
min and
just
max.
Mhm.
Start with the men. For the purpose, because, at, working with this transparent system, again, I'm gonna push back on the vulnerability, that vulnerability for me is it's not about vulnerability in a way that makes us look like, like we're asking for, it's more of we're being vulnerable to be more transparent so that these voices are going to speak, they can see the actions that we're doing. So for the purpose of moving forward, I would like to make a motion to approve this salary schedule with the men and not the min and max.
You mean approve the salary schedule and anybody hired before we make the next set of decisions will be placed at the min?
Okay.
Is that what you're trying to do?
I like that better. Yes. All right. So again, let me restate it again. Let me try this again. I'm making a motion to approve the salary schedule and to, with new staff coming in while we're going through the processes, starting at the min, new hires at the min, until the next step.
Just to clarify, keeping the steps.
Keeping the
Okay,
steps.
I just want to make sure because that we want to be clear with the steps as well.
So we're not permanently removing the mins and maxes. We are approving the salary schedule with the mins and maxes. Understanding that new hires right now, for the sake of preserving some equity, will start at the mins until we have further analysis.
Is there a second?
Second.
So we're voting on the amended motion. And then we have to vote on the actual motion. A friendly amendment? It's been moved by Ms. Harold Goff, seconded by Ms. Chavez to approve the salary schedule with min and maxes, starting new hires at the minimum until we have further analysis. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Tab.
Just for the board, for what we are voting on, is it clear to the public what we are voting on and what we're saying? I want to make sure that this motion is clear to them. What are you, just
So here's where I am.
pausing to the chair.
I'm here with the motion to approve the salary schedule as is, with an understanding that until we have further analysis, that new hires are being placed on the scale at the minimum salary. In a few minutes, I'm going to ask for another motion to increase the supplements and to approve the EC and ESL supplements. Because we need to be crystal clear about what we are approving. Okay? Ms. Chavez.
Did we vote on our earlier motion? Directing staff?
We did.
Okay, just making sure. And then, my question before we, vote on this, how long have we contracted with Erie Success? And what is that arrangement? And I do want to say also that this is a contract with, not between the board, but between, administration and Erie Success, so. Yes, for how much longer?
We had a 30-day, September 4th through the end of September.
Okay. And, will we have do we have an update? Will we have an update on, whether we will continue to work with Erie Success, or is that something you can share now or share next week?
Yeah, based on the results of tonight and the actions and direction from the board, we can go back tomorrow to see if there will be additional time needed or if she can continue to work weekends and nights for us by the 30th, which I don't recommend, but.
Mr. Malone looks like he wants to say something.
I mean, I'm sure you guys are following all of this, but I do think that at some point you have all of your existing employees that you'll need to address, because this motion only deals with people that you're hiring starting tomorrow. So you need to deal with the 3% state raise and whatever else you're doing with your kind of your legacy employees. And your staff may have a better description of what that is, but just don't forget you've got to deal with the
I have a
people.
whole list.
Okay, great. Just making sure.
Any further discussion? Ms. Byer.
So I'm so appreciative of your work. I'm not clear when this board had the discussion and made the decision to choose published salary schedules when the comptroller's recommendation was actually to leave folks at mins and maxes and then go advocate at the county to get as much as possible for folks. So I don't think that's a discussion and a decision that we have had. I think there are pluses and minuses to both approaches. And I think there's a reason that every table that is presented says these are not guaranteed. These how are they headed? Sorry, I've got multiple tabs open, right? Nothing's, this is not guaranteed. It's all contingent on local funding, like local and state funding. So I appreciate the tremendous amount of work that you all have done in a very short period of time. But I trust that what y'all were talking about when I stepped out is that the work that's going to come next is actual classified pay guidelines and step placement guides that will give clarity to what is very, very murky right now for folks looking at all of this. So, I think it's a little bit of I'm struggling with the narrative that we haven't had published classified scales before, because they are all on our website, right? I'm looking at them right now. The last time we did them, the updates that we've had, the 11%, like all of that is out there. And so what I don't want is anything that we vote tonight to take anybody backwards or to not be competitive with Wake. We were ahead of Wake. We've always been ahead of Wake. We can't always keep up with Chapel Hill, but we try. So as y'all continue to analyze what the impact of this very gray motion is, I know that we will still try to maximize everything we can do to lead the state. And so people that are above the maxes, we will use local money to continue to take them there. We'll continue to work with lifting up living wages. We will continue to work with any compression issues that we find, but I appreciate any clarity that we can bring sooner rather than later to every single staff member. And I think there's going to be a lot of questions that come as soon as this payroll runs, and we may need extra employees to be ready to handhold people one by one by one at a time when we know we need more staff in HR and in finance and in payroll. So whatever we can do to be ready for the questions that are forthcoming, our staff deserve it. But thank you all.
Ms. Byer, thank you for your discussion. Ms. Carter Otten.
Along those lines, I just wanted to return to the question that I know is difficult to answer, but if you could give us like a rough estimate of when we should be looking to discuss again the procedures and around placement. Like, are we thinking like in the October work session maybe, or like the first meeting in October, the second meeting in October, like what, or are we thinking January? Just to give us an idea of when that could be possible based on what you know now.
Can I say two things? The first thing is, she just said her contract goes till September 30th. So I don't know the terms of the contract. Dr. Lewis, can you?
Yeah, we could, again, chat on tomorrow to see, how much, what's the lift, obviously, and then what's the bandwidth, and then what's the budget. But that's part of the Salary Administration Policy Working Group that will be assembled to assist in this work. And Vice Chair Carter, and I did hear you say that we'll have the experts here and include members of classified or certified to help us with that as well as part of that working group as well. And we'll work as quickly as possible to bring that back. And I agree, those pay guidelines that will be clear in terms of how we go about placing people on schedules.
I wanted to respond to Ms. Byers' comments about wanting to be ahead of Wake, wanting to be the highest paid in the state, and like being really aspirational about our desires. My question, I think it's for colleagues, was that the expectation that we were getting, that we had when we were getting this salary schedule, or are we interested in staying within our budget? Yes. Like, right.
For sure. We're not going to decide anything on, yes, and I mean, yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure that the board as a collective is making it clear what our desires are, and that we're all on the same page about that.
I would say yes, the way I'm looking at it is, this is the part that's uncomfortable. We have to, if we start in a place, and that this is where the vulnerability comes in, and we're being fiscally responsible, and it ends up being something that we're going to get a firestorm about, at least it's transparent. At least it's clear. And then we can do the hard work to, with proper meet and confer, I'm just throwing that out there, and with proper community engagement, And with the work of the board and the work of the staff, collectively, we can start doing things in greater capacity to advocate for fully funding and what it's going to take to fully fund public schools. And we can do it from in a sense, I feel like a position of transparency. Sometimes, it hurts, but once it's just like anything. Once you clean something out, something's always going to fill it. So we don't know I don't know. I'm not going to speak for we. I don't know what that's going to look like. When we make it that transparent, that's what the vulnerability is. But I would rather operate from a place of transparency and integrity and understanding, and then build from there, than to make promises to community that we can't keep. And so in that, from that lens, I would support staying within our budget, laying it out, and then dealing with the fallout. I understand it. I love our teachers and our educators and our professionals. And I want them and our students to have the best of the best. And I realize that this kind of transparency, some people, especially without understanding, we may lose some folk if we can't get it right, because people have to look out for their best interest. So that is where the vulnerability comes in. I don't want to be afraid of that. I would rather see what it is, and then start to make it better. And let's hope that it's not that bad. Let's hope that it's much better than that it won't be the worst case scenario. But transparency above all else, and fiscal responsibility moving forward.
Thank you. Mr. Tab?
Yes, just in parliamentary procedure, can we stay truly germane to the topic that we're on? I've heard meet and confer twice from this board. That's coming up on the agenda later, but I just want us to make sure we stay germane to what we're talking about, because we are going to talk about that.
Thank you. Okay. All those in favor to approve the salary schedule with the min and max new hires at the minimum until we have further analysis, please say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. It passes 6-0. Colleagues, I could use a motion to approve the salary schedules that our current employees, that have been modeled for our current employees.
I move that we honor the individualized emails that our employees received. I'm looking at staff.
Classified employees.
Classified employees. And does their email include the 3% raise, or are we making that part of the motion as well?
I suggest not framing it as the email, but for our legacy, our existing classified employees will receive the pay quoted to them in, that includes the 11%, the 3% state increase, and any reclassification.
So moved.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Motions without seconds die.
I second.
Been moved by Ms. Spire to approve classified pay schedule for legacy employees with the 11% from last year and an additional 3%. And seconded by Ms. Harold Goff.
Plus
And the reclassification. And it's been seconded by Ms. Harold Goff. Is there any further discussion?
Just clarity, because I've gotten this inquiry. What about the people that aren't listed on the salary tool? The existing employees that aren't listed?
Can you share the answer to that?
only certain people were included in that, but there are people that will be addressed when and if the board approves the 3% raise from the state for other people, like let's say coordinators and above, that's the 3%, and then you'll approve like the teacher scale and the teacher raises. So the people that Ms. Ojijo is speaking of will be covered in a later motion. That's what I was saying to her, that you would not have to include those folks in the motion to approve the folks that were included in the salary projection tool
Okay.
that included the 11% from last year, plus any reclassification by Mr. Crutchfield, as well as the 3% state raise.
That's, okay. So Gisha, could you speak to that? Is that what?
That's on my list. So I have directors and, sorry, go ahead.
I do recognize the class of employees that Dr. Giovanni is referring to as the coordinators and above, but the salary tool was built on a data set from earlier in the year. So there were about 461 employees that were hired or moved positions between when that salary tool was built. So they're not in that group of employees. They're actually classified employees that just changed within that time frame and were not included in the data set. So those would need to receive their assignment because they just weren't they weren't present at the time that the data set was built.
So are they currently receiving the 11%?
Yes, they are.
But they weren't.
They're included. There are some of them that are in the projection tool now. There are a few employees, as the projection tool says, it says if for some reason you don't have a line, all you have to do is contact HR. Every new hire has been hired under those same provisions, 11% from the salary they would have been assigned 2022, 23. Okay, any reclassification that came with the position, like if someone were a new employee and there was some reclassification, that has been aligned, as well as the 3% from the state. There are a few that may not be in the salary projection tool that we are working to get them populated. We have had additional individuals even populated since the new one was uploaded, as we are just vetting and making sure that they can get in correctly.
And so how are they determined? How is it determined? Are they on the same, there aren't schedules for what we just voted on basically, but how are they being?
A new employee now, you would have to go to where you would set them in 22, 23,
Okay.
and then add the 11%. And then you have the factors based on what Mr. Crutchfield has done. We have some things that we have to do for nuances, but there have been very limited of those as far as individuals reclassified. But for new employees coming in, you're taking the 2022-23 salary schedule and adding the 11%.
Ms. Byer.
And can you clarify also that there are no employees in this group that we're about to make a motion on that would have made something higher on the tables and scales we just approved?
Repeat that one more time. I want to make sure I have full clarity.
I think
There's no existing employee that would make more money on the salary schedules just approved? Is that what you're asking?
that is my question. Is there any case of any employee, and if there was, that we would honor the higher amount, correct?
I don't think there's a case that anyone would.
Okay,
It's not possible.
I think her question though is if there turns out to be one, we would honor the higher amount.
That is
That
correct.
my question.
Okay.
Yeah, that.
I think that would
have-
be the expectation and what I believe has kind of been the philosophy of what is being shared, that people will get depending on, right, the legacy, as long as it's higher, whichever is higher between the new schedule and their legacy is, that's what you're. That's fine.
Can my motion can I add that to my motion so that we have clarity if needed for any individual that would find themselves at a higher place on this others? Or y'all understood that? And that's how y'all, yeah, I don't know.
Even in current practice, we would never default, we are always going to default to the option that would be beneficial, most beneficial to the employee if that is a viable option.
I think, Dr. Lewis, is it with your kind of feedback or to address what Ms. Ojijo is saying, and we've all kind of talked through, kind of there's some outliers and one-offs. I think maybe after the board gets kind of through their motions, perhaps Mr. Malone can assist us with making sure that the board, there's a global motion that authorizes finance and HR to ensure that employees that may not have gotten this letter or may not be on a payroll in this special, some kind of special way, that administration is authorized to ensure that those people are paid and approved by the board to get that, to keep that 11% and that 3% raise, something along those lines is what, so we don't kind of spend, I guess, hours trying to
Right.
figure out one-offs.
Yeah, because there may be some that didn't get that reclassification. Yeah, absolutely.
And I do think it's important, just as we continue to work on communication, there is no new letter that has gone out to employees right now. If they go to the schedules that are on the website, on the classified one, there is a link at the top of that schedule that will take them to the salary projection tool. And so that is for some employees that may not understand where people are getting that link, that is where the link is located.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer to approve the classified pay schedule of current employees with 11%, 3%, 11% from last year, 3% for this year, and reclassification, ensuring that employees get the benefit of the highest placement. Is there a second? If the salary is not on the schedule.
Second.
It's been seconded by Ms. Chavez. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 It passes unanimously. All those in, yeah, it passes unanimously. How about supplements? Colleagues, do we want to increase the supplements by $80 per month? For teachers?
I move that we increase local supplements for teachers by $80. What? I saw someone flinch. By $80 per month. I'm trying to get these motions precise. Ms. Price, did I do something wrong?
No,
Please.
I just want to make sure, because as we're building the schedules, when we say teachers, there's also local supplements for counselors and
Certified staff, does that do it? No? Who is it? Who is it?
We want to be, I would just want to make sure we're clear so we can teach SLPs, et cetera. Go ahead.
The schedules as outlined, it would be the certified and instructional staff, speech language, psychs, audiologists, counselors. I would also say on the one with teachers that includes the nurses' schedules. Those are the schedules that are,
PTs?
no, OTs and PTs are not on a supplement, on a schedule that garners a supplement. Those are the ones.
Psychologists?
I stated psychologists. Those should cover those pay schedules that would have that increase.
Did anyone that is currently receiving a local supplement is getting an increase in the local supplement?
If we did not add increases in supplement for administrators. So remember, you have a principal and assistant principal schedule that would not be, so you want to be careful with that piece. Those are the salary schedules that include supplements.
Ms. Byer.
Yeah, I was trying to capture everyone. I move that we approve an increase in an annual supplement of $800 or $80 a month on a 10-month employee for instructional staff, speech, language, psychologists, audiologists, PTs, no? Nurses, no? What? I'm gonna need someone else to get the clarity that is needed here.
And I think that what we need is what was costed out, right?
What was costed out would cover, what was costed out at 12.5%, but it looks like would cover 2,900 employees. So it wasn't, hasn't been decided or conveyed which of those employees, but based on the employees that received supplements last year, if that increase to those existing supplements covers about 2,900 employees. And the amount that is in the county ask of just over 3 million is correct.
So much appreciation, Ms. Ojijo. I don't feel comfortable giving administration discretion to make that choice. Colleagues, can we take a 5-minute recess so they can figure out who
Together
these
that
people
motion.
are?
Yeah.
You need a motion or
I
you
do.
okay? I move that we recess for 5 minutes?
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Chavez to take a 5-minute recess so administration can figure out who's getting the local supplements.
You voting?
No, all in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay. We're in recess. Thanks, everybody, for your patience.
Thank you. Chair Rogers, I move that we approve an additional $80 a month stipend increase for speech language pathologist, psychologist, audiologist, school counselors, teachers, nurses, and instructional support personnel.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms.
Supplement? Yes, supplement. I'm hearing for sure. And
It's been moved by Ms. Spire, seconded by Ms. Chavez to approve an $80 per month increase in the supplement, local supplement for speech language pathologists, psychologists, audiologists, school counselors, teachers, nurses, instructional support personnel. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say no. It passes unanimously. Ms. Price, did we hit every question mark on your recommendation? EC and ESL. Supplements. Can we get a brief clarification on who the EC supplements and ESL supplements will touch and how much they will be? 2-sentence explanation.
Your, the recommended $200 a month, would touch regular, EC as well as the additional $150 differential for specialized program teachers, EC specialized program teachers. The $200 a month would also be all ESL teachers. And then since you're saying EC, there's also the $200 per month EC classified. And it's for the relevant classified sign language, deaf and hard of hearing, visually impaired, and spoken language staff. Do you want those amounts again, the projected amounts that were shared?
Okay, 200 per month for regular EC, resource teachers, and ESL.
Correct.
350 per month total for EC specialized program teachers, self-contained.
Correct.
And 200 per month EC classified differential for sign language, deaf and hard of hearing, visually impaired, and spoken language staff.
Correct.
I move that we approve a $200 per month supplement for regular EC, i.e. resource teachers and ESL teachers, $350 per month total, which is, yep, for EC specialized program teachers, i.e. self-contained, $200 per month EC classified differential for sign language, deaf, hard of hearing, visually impaired, and spoken language staff.
Sorry, y'all. It's been moved by Ms. Spire, seconded by Ms. Harold Goff to approve the $200 per month for regular EC and ESL teachers, $350 per month for EC specialized program teachers, $200 per month for EC classified differential for sign language, deaf and hard of hearing, visually impaired, and spoken language staff.
Dr. Lewis, I'm
Is
not.
there
sure-
any
I'm
discussion?
so, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Madam Chair. I just, before the board moves further, I think that we need some clarity on the cost out on this. I don't know that it has been costed out with, Ms. Ojijo, do you want to share what you shared with me?
I have documentation from the county where it's in red that the hard to staff amounts were not funded in the amount of $1.6 million. That was one of the things that Dr. Lassane said. She felt that the vacancies were adequate to cover the amount, but we have not costed out the vacancies.
Thank you for that clarity, Ms. Ojijo. We appreciate it. And Dr. Giovanni and everybody that brought that to our attention. Colleagues.
We also, I think, assured the county when we met with them that we would honor and make up any difference. Is this the amount that we said that we would find? That's my memory. So I think we need to do what we said we were going to do.
Ms. Chavez.
And when would the vacancies be costed out?
Provide a list of vacancies every week, but I can work directly with Ms. Ojijo to get that as soon as possible.
Ms. Carter Otten.
Thank you. And I just want to take a minute to acknowledge that this is, like, we want all the things for all our people, and that this does not touch everybody who works with our EC students, and maybe not our ESL students, but I'm thinking EC in particular, because I know that there are other categories that are not covered in this, but this is what has been costed out for the most part. But I wonder if there's interest among other board members, in not for current, but for future, for us to be able to see, similar to the way that we requested tonight for master's pay, for us to see in the future when we're talking about supporting our EC staff and the recruitment retention needs in particular that our EC departments have, who else could be included in the future in a supplement, like that neighboring districts supplement that we're not currently, or that are other categories again that are not. And if there's not an interest, then that's fine. Just wanted to kind of raise that.
Colleagues, to Ms. Carter Otten's point, is there any interest in getting that information? Thumbs up. So we'd like that information. Okay. So my question to this motion is let's say I'm an EC educator, regular EC educator, and I'm expecting a $200 per month supplement. Can I expect it to show up in my paycheck this month?
And so what we would seek to do after this meeting is, number one, from the individuals identified, correspondence should go out to them to notify them. Like, say, for instance, EC teachers need to know whether they're getting the 200 or the 350. And then from there, the information will be provided to payroll, and I cannot answer for as far as a processing timeline. But given that we already have the list of individuals, all of that information should be able to at least be sent to payroll in a spreadsheet based on the research that has already been done on these individuals.
So now I'm just wondering whether, with all that we're asking staff to do and work on this weekend to run payroll, whether this piece, which is significant but could be retro paid back to folks, might hold. And I'm trying to actually just look at the exhaustion level of our staff and whether there is complete readiness for this piece. And any feedback you have, Dr. Lewis? I don't know.
Will this additional supplement, I'm looking at Brian, now, will this additional supplement impact retirement as well? Because it's part of their, in terms of the past the 90-day.
Please speak into the mic.
So as I understand it, and your finance officer can maybe better explain this, but as I understand it, if you retroactive it, make it retroactive back to July next month, the money that's this particular portion of it in July would not appear as part of their salary in the retirement system. They get the money, obviously, but it wouldn't show up. The 200 or 350 would not show up in their salary that gets reported for retirement purposes. Is that right?
So, and we're still investigating the Form 466. There is a form that can be filled out for each employee to try to have funds recognized that are older than 90 days, but we're not sure what the interest has to be paid or how that will truly affect their retirement earnings. So we've got to call out to the retirement system to verify it. It was not advised that we explored that option, but to know the full implications and what the interest charge would be. And our payroll supervisor is also not sure if we can pay it on behalf of the employee or if the employee has to file that form. So,
But it would be that 2 or 350 for that one single month. Again, they would still get the cash. They just would not get the retirement contribution for that 1 month.
I certainly wouldn't want to impact anyone's retirement in any way whatsoever. We can work to make this happen. We're going to have to work to make this happen.
Yes, there's a motion on the floor. We're in discussion. Thank you, Dr. Lewis, for acknowledging that we're going to work to make this happen in September. Right? Okay. I'll keep my commentary to myself. Colleagues, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed, say no. It passes unanimously. Ms. Price, anything else?
Want to make sure, thank you for the passing and the clarity around the salary schedules, everything that has been passed. We will note on the respective schedules so people will see that. And then the supplements will increase so that the $80 is added and so everyone can see their salary there as well for the supplements. The EC and the ESL, et cetera, will be a footer that is added because it is across many different places and we don't know who those employees are. So I just want to make sure that's clear. Thank you.
And we want to make sure we've approved master's pay. Nicole, have we made a motion on the master's pay?
Yeah, my understanding was that that was work that was going to be done to see a list. Is there a motion to approve?
We're also doing classroom teachers this time? Yes, and. Sorry, thank you. No, yes, and we're doing classroom teachers. And then a list for next budget, which we already approved and requested. Dr. Lesang?
Yes. Chair Rogers, just as the board is framing their desires regarding master's pay for classroom teachers, we would like guidance. Do you want to align to DPI guidelines or not? That would be the question. Keeping in mind that right now, based on that list that I gave you, it was what, 237 that just flat out have masters. And so alignment to DPI would be a question that we would have just to be able to finalize the list because it would be a difference.
Dr. Lesang, when you sent out the survey, what did you ask people to do?
We asked people to let us know if they had a master's. We were looking for the people who were not already being paid on their masters, and they had to upload their relevant documentation, including their transcript, for evaluation of that. And based on that evaluation, you would have certain people who would get paid if you're aligned to DPI practices. But if it is not Durham's desire to align directly to DPI practices, administration just needs that information so that we can assure all qualifying individuals are paid.
So when you asked educators to respond to the Google form, did you tell them that whether or not it would be aligned to DPI standards, or did you just ask them to fill out a form?
We have used the language relevant masters, which is based on DPI practices, but to explicitly, just like the same communication around who's included as a classroom-based teachers, I think that that communication is probably not interpreted the same by every employee.
And if we add the stipulation now, are we excluding some educators that have previously been included in the numbers?
That
you
would be
quoted?
that 189 that I was sharing with you includes the DPI stipulations. To the best of our judgment.
I would move that we approve a 10% pay differential for relevant master's degree for classroom-based teachers aligned to NCDPI guidelines.
Second.
Their salary?
That is what the master's, 10% is the master's differential.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Chavez, to have administration apply a 10% increase supplement to pay differential to classroom teachers that have a relevant master's degree aligned with NCDPI guidelines and standards. Is there any discussion?
I know Ms. Price did note that that's not modeled in the salary schedules.
And because it is aligned to individuals, that we would not be modeling that in the schedules because a differential is based on individuals. And so I just want to be clear around that as the board is making this decision. And so that people aren't going to be looking for that in the schedule. And that is something that would be applied in their paycheck based on their assignment, et cetera.
Ms. Carter-Otten?
Dr. Lissay, I know that you described this earlier. I just want to make sure we're all really clear on what the DPI guidelines say. So this is all about the relevancy. You said there's 2 levels for this subject matter. Is one, what's on your license is the other. Can you help me just make sure we're all clear on the people that would be excluded? What is it that's excluding them out of those 2?
And so what we would really have to do for this is anyone excluded, we would have to communicate with them the reason for their exclusion. Keep in mind, we had to look at each individual submission because you have to look at what is already existing on their license. You have to consider the program they went through, and you have to consider the relevancy to the area that they are currently teaching.
So the reason for exclusion that would be named would be one of those things.
It would be related to one of those areas.
Colleagues, I submit for y'all to consider. The form says, in order for our licensure department to determine if you meet the master's pay criteria, please upload the following information: your current teaching license indicating your master's degree area, or in capital bold letters, your master's degree transcript with your conferred date.
Correct.
Okay. It doesn't say the standard that you're asking about it being marked on their license.
I'm
That
sorry,
is
I just
aligned with
lost you.
NCDPI.
Say that again?
Didn't you say it has in the NCDPI rules that it has to be marked on their license that they're net relevant?
No, that
Okay.
is, no, it's the relationship. You have to look at their current, we have access to anyone that has an existing license, right? We have access to that in the system. So you have to consider the area that is already on their license. Okay? You have to look at what they're teaching. Okay? So I'm not sure I'm understanding the question. So we asked them for information that we would not have access to in the survey for them to provide it for us to be able to do that evaluation.
And the confusion is that it asked for either, like it said, or it didn't say on there that they had to upload the license if
Oh,
they wanted to receive
got
it.
you.
That's it. Yeah.
And so if they already have the masters on their license, then we already have access. So you have people, thank you for that. You have employees that have their masters displayed on their license, but that doesn't mean they're compensated for it. So that means their evaluation materials are already there, but 9 times out of 10, those are individuals that did not meet the 2013 rule, but they have been evaluated by DPI already, and the master's is reflected on their license. So you do have license that you can pull up, you can see masters, but that individual is not compensated on their masters by the state.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Byer and seconded by Ms. Chavez to approve the 10% master's differential for classroom teachers based on NCDPI standards. All those in favor? Say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. It passes unanimously. Colleagues, I believe we have Mr. Malone, do you want us to do this over? This motion? Okay. While we're checking, Dr. Lewis.
Yeah, just had some, thank the board for their engagement this evening, and definitely thank Ms. Price for your work and the team that has been working all week. Definitely want to honor Micah Tweetmeyer for coming out, spending an hour with us today, looking at these schedules. Definitely appreciate your partnership. I think it was Edward Deming that's credited for the statement, every system is designed to get the results that it's getting. And I think tonight, as I spoke to earlier, there is evidence of some systems work that needs to be done. And so we have a lot of work to do, but I am confident that we will get there. Just say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Carter-Otten.
Make another motion. This is a motion to authorize administration to place any existing employees that are not covered by a previous schedule approved tonight to be placed on the most employee favorable schedule for the 24-25 school year.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Carter-Otten, seconded by Ms. Byer, to authorize the administration to place any existing employee that are not covered by the previous schedule approved tonight to be placed on the most employee favorable schedule for the 2024-25 school year. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It passes unanimously. With that,
We have a hearing, so I didn't know how we were going to deal with that, if I.
So procedurally, you would adjourn this meeting and then you would reconvene the panel meeting from 4:30.
Yep.
So this meeting is a separate meeting. You would adjourn this and then you'll reconvene that and then you'll get a motion to go into closed session for personnel matters.
With that, we are adjourned. Thank you. Good night, everybody.